Thank you, Your Honor. Before you today on State versus Jesus Gonzalez, file 25287. We're here today for an information. It's anticipated by the State of Ohio. The defendant will waive his right to have his case presented to the Lake County Grand Jury and to proceed by a 3-count information. Charging 2 counts of aggravated trafficking in drugs, 1 count of receiving stolen property. Other than what's been spread upon record, no threats or promises were made to this defendant to induce these pleas. Thank you.
Mr. Watson.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court, that's my understanding of this morning's hearing. I've had a chance to fully pre-try this matter with the prosecutor. I believe full discovery has been provided. I've also had a chance to discuss this matter with my client. He is prepared this morning to first, to waive his right to have his case presented to the grand jury and proceed by way of information, and secondly, to enter a change of plea of guilty to the charges presented. My client understands that by entering a change of plea, he will be waiving certain constitutional rights, and no threats or promises have been made in order for him to do so, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Gonzalez, how old are you?
66,
How far did you go through school?
11th grade.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, sir.
Are you able to read, write, and understand the English language?
Yes.
Prior to coming to court, have you taken any drugs or alcohol or any prescription medication in the last 48 hours?
No, sir.
You ever been diagnosed with or treated for any mental illness?
No, sir.
Did you get a copy of this information?
Yes.
Any questions about it?
No.
You understand that you have the right to have your case presented to the grand jury for them to decide whether or not to indict you.
Yes.
Did you discuss that right with your attorney?
Yes.
And are you going to waive that right?
Yes.
Just sign right there.
Are those guys in yet, Pat or Debbie?
Not yet. I'm watching the camera.
May I approach?
No. All right, I'll accept the waiver of indictment. Now, before I accept your guilty plea, I need to determine that you know and understand the constitutional rights you'll be waiving, the consequences of your guilty plea, and the maximum penalty I could give you. And I need to be satisfied that your guilty plea is being made freely, knowingly, and voluntarily. So I'm going to ask you questions. If you don't understand a question, then stop me. If you want to talk to Mr. Watson some more, let me know that, and I'll give you more time. You understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
You have a constitutional right to have a trial, either to me or to a jury of 12 Lake County citizens. Do you understand that right?
Yes.
Are you waiving that right?
Yes.
If you go to a jury trial, all 12 members must agree to a guilty verdict before you can be found guilty. Do you understand that right?
Yes.
Are you waiving that right?
Yes.
If you go to trial, the prosecutor will call witnesses to testify against you. Do you understand the prosecutor must prove you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt at a trial?
Yes.
After the witnesses are done testifying for the prosecutor, you have the constitutional right to have your lawyer cross-examine those witnesses. Do you understand that right?
Yes.
Are you waiving that right?
Yes.
If you go to trial, you have the right to have witnesses come here and testify for you. Do you understand that right?
Yes.
Are you waiving that right?
Yes.
If those witnesses refuse to come to court, I'll issue an order called a subpoena to make them come and testify. Do you understand that right?
Yes.
Are you waiving that right?
Yes.
You have the right to testify at trial if you want to. Do you understand that right?
Yes.
Are you waiving that right?
Yes.
You have the constitutional right to not testify at trial if you do not want to. Do you understand that right?
Yes.
Are you waiving that right?
Yes.
If you decide not to testify at trial, nobody is permitted to comment on that decision. Do you understand that?
Yes.
If you go to trial and you're found guilty, you have the right to appeal the guilty finding. Do you understand that right?
Yes.
Are you waiving that right?
Yes.
If you file an appeal, you have the constitutional right to have a lawyer represent you in the appeal. Do you understand that right?
Yes.
Are you waiving that right?
Yes.
If you could not afford to hire a lawyer, one would be provided at no cost to you. Do you understand that?
Yes.
If you file an appeal, you're entitled to have a transcript of all the hearings in this case. Do you understand that right?
Yes.
Are you waiving that right?
Yes.
If you could not afford a copy of those transcripts, they'd be given to you at no cost. Do you understand that?
Yes.
If you plead guilty today, you will not have the right to appeal the guilty finding. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Do you have any questions about any of your rights?
No.
Do you still want to plead guilty to these charges?
Yes.
You understand by pleading guilty, you're fully admitting your guilt to the charges.
Yes.
You You understand by pleading guilty to these felonies that you're voluntarily giving up your freedom for whatever period of time I could sentence you to prison, to jail, or to community control.
Yes.
In count 1, aggravated trafficking of drugs is a felony 3. It carries a 36-month maximum prison sentence and a $10,000 maximum fine. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Count 2, aggravated trafficking of drugs is also a felony 3 with a 36-month maximum prison sentence and a $10,000 maximum fine. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Count 3, receiving stolen property is a felony of the 4th degree with a 18-month maximum prison sentence and a $5,000 maximum fine. Do you understand that?
Yes.
What's the minimum on this? Is it 5 to 10?
5, Your Honor.
All right, so with regard to the fines on count 1 and count 2, they're mandatory, so it's at least 5,000 up to 10,000 on each one. Do you understand that?
Yes.
I assume a affidavit's gonna be coming?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. On counts 1 and count 2, there's a presumption that a prison sentence should be imposed. You have to overcome that presumption at the time of sentencing, or a prison sentence must be imposed. Do you understand that?
Yes.
If there are no forfeiture specs on these?
No, it's a voluntary forfeiture.
You also understand there's a voluntary forfeiture of all the contraband. You understand that?
Yes.
Now, I could give you a consecutive sentence. That means one sentence after another for the separate offenses. If I did that, you face a maximum prison term of 90 months and a maximum fine of $25,000. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Are you presently on post-release control to the parole authority?
No.
You understand your guilty plea may result in a driver's license suspension of between 6 months and 5 years.
Yes.
You understand your felony conviction will prevent you from owning or possessing a firearm.
Yes.
Do you understand if a prison sentence is imposed in this case, and you might have to serve a period of post-release control as part of your sentence for up to 2 years under the parole authority?
Yes.
If you are placed on post-release control and you violate any conditions, a parole authority could send you back to prison for up to 9 months for each violation, up to 1/2 of my sentence. Do you understand that?
Yes.
If that violation is a new felony, then you could get an additional consecutive prison sentence for that violation. Do you understand that?
Yes.
If that were to occur, the maximum prison sentence for that violation would be the greater of 9 months or the time left under post-release control. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Do you understand that if a prison sentence is imposed, you are eligible for judicial release?
Yes.
I could place you on community control for up to 5 years, but if you violate any conditions, I could send you to prison for 90 months. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Has anybody promised you I would be lenient on you just because you're pleading guilty today?
No.
Has anybody promised you what I will sentence you to in this case?
No.
Do you understand that I do not have to follow the sentencing recommendation of either the prosecutor or your lawyer?
Yes.
Have you had enough time to talk to Mr. Watson before pleading guilty today?
Yes.
Has he discussed everything about your case and answered all of your questions?
Yes.
Are you satisfied with the advice he has given you?
Yes.
Have you been threatened or coerced in any way to plead guilty today?
No.
Are you freely, knowingly, and voluntarily entering your guilty plea?
Yes.
Do you have any questions?
No.
Mr. Geigerich, if the case went to trial, what would the evidence show?
Thank you, Your Honor. The evidence would show that the defendant came to the attention of and targeted by Lake County Narcotics in January of 2024. Defendants set a deal on January 31st, 2024. The confidential informant for $80 or for $100 in meth, $100 for methamphetamine. Deal occurred at 3536 Shepherd Road in Perry Township, Lake County, Ohio. Deal did in fact occur. The suspected narcotics were sent to Lake County Crime Lab. They tested positive for methamphetamine Schedule 2 at an amount of 3.42 grams. He was again targeted on February 7th, 2024. Again, $100 for methamphetamine. The deal did in fact occur at 3536 Shepherd Road in Perry Township, Lake County, Ohio. The suspected narcotics were sent to Lake County Crime Lab where they test positive for methamphetamine Schedule 2 an amount of 3.62 grams. After these two buys, a search warrant was executed at the Shepherd Road residence on February 9th, 2024. Lake County Narcotics recovered a Ruger .22 caliber long rifle pistol, a Ruger EC9 pistol, baggies containing suspected meth, 2 digital scales with residue, 9mm ammunition, prescription bottle with the defendant's name on the dining room table with a baggie with white powder, a silicone container with suspected meth, multiple silicone containers with methamphetamine, baggies with suspected meth, a digital scale with residue. I mentioned these items because they're all going to be forfeited. The defendant was interviewed. He indicated that bedroom 1 was his, the firearms were his, and he admitted that the EC9, the Ruger EC9 pistol was stolen, and he admitted the drugs were him.
All right, Mr. Watson, anything to add to those facts?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Gonzalez, did you hear what Mr. Geiger said? The facts would show if the case went to a trial. Are those facts true?
Yes.
What's your plea to count 1, aggravated trafficking in drugs, a felony 3?
Yes. Guilty.
What's your plea to count 2, aggravated trafficking in drugs, a felony 3?
Guilty.
What is your plea to count 3, receiving stolen property, a felony 4?
Guilty.
Mr. Watson? Bob, this is the 27th, at what time? Do you know?
No, let me check the.
Oh, never mind, she's got it here.
I think it's at 8 o'clock, Your Honor.
8:15. All right, Mr. Gonzalez, is this your signature on the written plea of guilty?
Yes.
And did you sign it voluntarily?
Yes.
Do you want me to accept your written plea of guilty?
Yes.
I'll accept the written plea of guilty. Defendant was present. Mr. Watson advised of all his rights. Knowing, intelligent, voluntary waiver of those rights. He understands the nature of the charge, consequences of his guilty plea, and the maximum penalty. Finds to be knowing, intelligent, and voluntary. Will accept this plea of guilty. Find him guilty of counts 1 and 2, which are both aggravated trafficking in drugs, both felonies of the 3rd degree, and count 3. Receiving stolen property, a felony 4. I'm going to refer this for an updated pre-sentence report and victim impact statement. Sentencing will be March 27, 8:15, and the bond is continued. Anything else, Mr. Geigrich?
Nothing, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Watson?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, we adjourn.
Bob, you want to use the...
Yep, and I'll send the paperwork over there in a minute
Okay, that's fine.
for the updated PSR.
Okay.
Please don't get that straight. All right, thanks.
Thank you, Nick, thank you.
You have a beautiful day and a more beautiful tomorrow. I was gonna say good luck, Mr. Gonzalez, but I would have meant you.
Have a good one, Nick.
signatures or?
That's not up to me.
Yeah, it's all the physical evidence.
Right.
And she should have the court strong.
I gave it about yesterday.
Just so you know, the judge had me change the expert to he or she, because
There's
That's
both.
one of my comments.
I didn't cross-reference the witness list.
I'm just trying to use the restroom really quick.
Okay, leave up here, so.
Put it underneath, please.
Will Mrs. Hibbert be here today?
Yes, she should be here.
Okay. Question, how do I
Yes.
submit evidence digitally?
If it's something that we have already marked, I can put it up for you.
I have it on a flash drive,
You
and
can,
it is the same discovery.
you can either plug it into the court's computer and the bailiff can show you how to do it.
He actually said
Or-
he doesn't have any experience on it, and I should inquire
Oh.
from you.
Let me see. Let me
But
pull
do
it up.
I asked him, do I need a computer per se in order to do so?
Let me see, what you have. If you don't mind, I could try and put it in for you.
I don't wanna put it in yet, but it
Okay.
can just instruct me on how to do it. Let's say, for instance, I have a
Can I see it?
flash drive adapter, right?
Oh, okay.
Or, well, that wouldn't work, cause I don't have the,
I can put the flash drive in my computer. And
Or
I,
the court could do it to their computer.
Bob told him he doesn't have any experience doing that.
So-
He asked me.
is there anything over here that will allow me?
No.
That's just a display.
Mm,
So you can't plug anything into it and
The
it,
court computer, are you referring to that one right there,
usually it's kept up there,
on the witness stand?
not on the witness end. The screen up there is just the same as this, it's just a monitor.
Okay, so are you referring to that computer on the desk?
That's the court reporters. I can ask, oh, thank you.
There you go.
Thank you, thank you.
Special delivery.
I can do it on my computer for you, or if there's not a court computer, then you would need your own computer if you don't wanna use
So
mine.
if I was, am I able to use your computer in order to load up when and if necessary?
Yeah, I mean, I would need to control it, because there's other things on my computer I can't give you access to, but if you,
But if you put the flash
it in.
drive in,
yeah, then it should pop up,
then I can
and then I can
instruct you on
click
what I
on,
need.
yeah, you tell me what to click and when, and I can do that for you.
Okay, thank you. Because other than that, there is no way to submit evidence that, unless I have a computer, is that the case?
Yes, unless you have it printed out.
Right, and if it was printed out, it would be just, showing it to the
Mhm.
witness?
Yeah,
And then they document it, is that the case?
yeah, I can't tell you how to admit it, but yeah, you would hand it to the witness and ask the appropriate questions. And if it's digital, then I'm happy to do it on my computer
Now,
for you.
outside of that, where's the court's computer in case needed?
I'll ask the bailiff, because it used to be up there.
No, it's
That's
Kathy's.
Kathy's. Hey, Bob, I have a question.
Okay,
Usually the court computer was up there.
right.
Is it still available for Mr. Jordan if he would like to plug in his own flash drive?
We could plug it into here,
Okay.
that port.
And then the mouse, for him to control it, should be up there as well.
Yes.
Okay.
right here.
Would I be able to control it from here?
You may, let's see. Let me see if I can get a cross piece of paper, so I just want to see. Yes, it'll work on a piece of paper.
So you would have to have a piece of paper for it.
He said,
Yeah, just any piece of paper. Do you want to try the flash drive to see if it works?
I'm pretty sure it works, but yeah, let's just see if it
Yeah,
actually
just
loads
test
up.
to make sure that it displays.
Mr. Jordan, what is on the flash drive?
Mainly the evidence that you showed yesterday, which I will,
Because if it's evidence that we have already admitted, we can
well,
play.
yesterday I mentioned in court, I believe, that, now should I connect that?
Yeah, go ahead and connect that.
Yesterday I mentioned that, well, you can show me here where the dash cam should be located, because I have not seen it. And you played some yesterday, and this is the same drive at the same time that you gave me, that I signed for.
So that's the drive I gave you? Okay, so I do have all the dash cam clips that we've played so far, I have on my thumb drive, and then I have the complete,
If you can show me on
Yeah.
this drive where they're located, because
Okay.
I have not seen it.
It showed it was connected, and then it didn't.
Let's eject it first
Yeah,
before
try it
anything
again.
happens.
The drive, scan the drive.
What was that?
Go ahead and click on it.
There's a problem with the
Yeah.
drive scan.
Click on
Scan
it.
the drive now and fix.
Okay, now scan it to fix.
Why would I
Repair
hit
drive.
repair drive? You won't be able to use the drive while when it's repaired, it's fine.
So you want to repair it?
That won't erase it though, right?
No. Just scan and repair it. Okay, now you close it. And now you can play it. Oops.
Oh, I did that too fast, did I not?
Yeah, I think because you got into, there we go, okay. Voices, no.
No, you're gonna wanna go click the manila file folder on
Yeah.
the taskbar
Oh.
at the bottom. Yep. Alright, then
Yeah,
if you
yeah, I
just
get
go down to USB drive D on the left-hand side. Yep, click that. Those are the contents of everything.
Now, where is the, dash cam located? Do you recall?
can you scroll down
Sure.
Or enlarge.
or make it bigger?
The
Go to
files.
video files.
All the way to the very bottom.
Because all I was able to observe in there were the search warrant videos.
Okay, go back. Let's see what they're called.
Is it your discovery that's plugged in there?
That I received, yes.
Right, like the flash drive you got from them?
What file do you have it in?
I'm looking. Yeah.
Good morning, Judge.
Morning.
Good morning, Judge.
Top of the day.
Apologize for being tardy. My phone died in the middle of the night and neither of my alarms went off. But you know what? I opened my eyes at 7:01 and sat in this chair at 8:08. That is. and
8
stopped
minutes
for
late,
coffee.
that's what that is.
Magic. You didn't call me with any questions about your
Let's look at the jury instructions and the verdict forms.
Yes.
Yes.
Who's got what?
I mean, the only thing that you're gonna wanna bring up is, yeah, so they're gonna be with their
Check the, open the recordings folder. See if it's in there.
Recording.
Yeah, it's near the bottom.
Anything on the
There was
jury
nothing
instructions?
in there when I received
Go
it.
into police reports.
On page 5 at the top, the previously convicted, I believe it should say a felony offense of violence.
Of felonious assault, a felony offense of violence, or a felony offense of violence?
The indictment says a felony offense of violence, comma, to wit, felonious assault
Okay,
in the Lake County Court of Common Pleas. And then the case number.
Can I help you?
okay,
And then in the paragraph, also on page 5, that begins in the middle of the page, evidence was received that the defendant was previously convicted of a felony offense of violence, as well as to wit, felonious assault.
okay,
And then in all of the forfeiture specification paragraphs, in the jury instructions and the verdict forms, we are missing the cocaine. So right now it's listed as firearm, magazine, ammunition, and marijuana.
okay,
On page 6, at the bottom, under count 2,
okay,
the defendant has previously been convicted of, I think we should add in a felony offense involving the illegal possession, use, sale, administration, distribution, or trafficking in a drug of abuse.
and then to wit, possession of cocaine?
Correct.
Okay,
On page 7, the last sentence of the forfeiture specification
Cocaine.
section,
cocaine,
all definitions and instructions are in the same as count 1. That is different than on page 8, where the specific definitions are stated that they're repeated in count 1. I don't think it matters, but it's more specific on page 8.
where?
On page 8,
Where then?
clear and convincing evidence, contraband, and instrumentality have the same definition as in count 1.
Uh-huh,
And on page 7, it just says all of the definitions and instructions are the same as in count 1.
No, she's saying for this count, for the count.
And then for count 3, possession of cocaine, although OJI does state in the first sentence, the defendant is charged with possession of drugs. Possession of drugs is a different crime than what is laid out in the indictment, so I think to comply with the indictment and what we anticipate the evidence will show is that it should say the defendant is charged with possession of cocaine.
okay,
first paragraph of the forfeiture specification,
Counter what she's saying.
the number 2, an instrumentality that was used or intended to be used in the commission or facilitation of the offense of, that should say possession of cocaine. Page 11, under deliberations and verdict. When you go to the jury room, your first function will be to select one of your number to serve as a foreperson.
What do you, that's what it says, right?
I just thought that was a little confusing.
What do you mean? Your first function will be to select one of your number, one of,
One,
what's confusing?
oh, one of you to service?
Okay.
That's just how I read it. I think that was it. Jury instructions.
Your Honor, am I allowed to bring up some, okay.
Mm-mm. Mr. Jordan is.
Oh, I did forget, I'm sorry. Page 6, under count 2, having a weapon while under disability.
Yes.
The court is Lake County Court of Common Pleas. Case number,
Right, yeah, you said that before.
oh. I think that
Now,
was,
out loud to the court, say, Your Honor,
Your Honor,
Hold on, she's still going.
when she's done talking, I
I think that, do you have anything more? Oh, yes, where is it? There was an additional instruction on standby counsel on page 2 that is in OJI.
she'll keep finding them then. Let that issue go, just
All right, I'll look at that again.
Okay.
one minute at a time.
The same language on the verdict forms, if you want me to talk about that now?
No, you already said
Oh.
on the forfeitures.
Forfeiture, yeah.
Yeah,
And then, I think that was it. Other than that, I think everything else is good.
all right, Mr. Jordan?
yes, Your Honor, can you have the plaintiff to explain how count 2 would read at this time? First paragraph.
It's gonna be language that's similar to what's in the indictment. Previously convicted of, and then whatever that language that's in the indictment that references the drugs. And then to wit, possession of cocaine. It's gonna reflect what's in the language in the indictment.
Would that, just to clarify, would that say with possession of cocaine?
To wit, possession of cocaine, yes.
Seriously, wait till you can get this. I mean,
Anything else in the instructions? All right, we'll revise them and get them to you so we can talk about them at noon again.
I need a moment to figure out, excuse me, Your Honor, I need a moment to figure out the discovery issue.
What's the discovery issue?
She was in the process of locating files that were transferred to me that I mentioned yesterday that are not on. So if she could coordinate with, this is the same file, she could coordinate where the dash cam are located on the drive that I received.
I tried searching the USB that was provided to the defendant through discovery back on March 6th by manipulating, looking at the drive here in court. I did not find the dash cam file on there. However, I didn't have a chance to go through every single file folder contained on that USB. However, prior to providing that USB to the defendant back on March 6th, our office did index the contents of that USB, and our index reflects that the completed dash cam was provided on there. The USB was not locked for read-only after it was provided, so all I can say is when it was indexed, it was on there. If Mr. Jordan had done something to it in the meantime, I don't know. If that is the case, maybe it was just an accident. But I can also say that it was previously provided to defense counsel in this case. She was instructed to also provide discovery to the defendant.
Right, so what does he not have that he says he doesn't have right now?
If I'm correct in understanding, it's the full dash cams of all of the officers.
Actually, it's any dash cam, I have no dash cam. And if you could just coordinate with your files, where would it be located? Because I did search for dash cam, since I was advised by my attorney prior that there was dash cam. And I have not manipulated, only viewed the files, and like I didn't notice, I received this file on a Thursday, reviewed it over the weekend, and when I realized that it was missing some material, I set forth the same, the motions indicating, so.
Do you guys have the index? Could you just email
The index is on the docket.
on the docket?
Yeah.
I did not preview the file prior to signing, so I cannot verify that what's on the docket is what was on the drive itself.
So we're talking about the, not items 3 through 7, exhibits 3 through 7, we're talking about the full three dash cams?
I believe so.
Okay, where are they?
We have them here in court on the state's drive that the defendant can use in trial if he wishes. We can separately provide those again on a USB to the defendant at this
Are you
time.
gonna use them today?
Yes, I would like to.
Okay, then why don't you let him use whatever you have?
We have no issue with that.
And then you can have somebody over there make, get to 3 on a new jump drive or whatever you have to do.
We will do that.
All right. Anything else before we start?
No, Your Honor.
Hold on, Bob. Come on back here.
Would it be under the image, the notice of discovery by state and request for reciprocal discovery?
Yes, it would have been in the filing on 3/6/25.
It's telling me no image available.
I'm looking at the image, so I don't know.
Did you log in at?
No.
Allison? You might have to log in to see images.
But yeah, it is in that notice of discovery and request for reciprocal discovery.
Can you just email it to me?
Yeah.
I honestly don't even know my password. Which computer? Over there.
What's your email?
It's on the screen.
afhibbard@gmail.com. Which computer?
If you like, you can look it to me.
No, Shay, where is your physical flash drive?
It's there on the computer.
Which, on that computer?
Yes,
The one up there?
yes.
I see two computers from here.
You see the one with the projector under it?
Oh, it's in that draft, okay, I see. I gotcha. That black box. Okay.
I just sent it.
Thank you.
Could you email it to me, please? Is this the file that we were just speaking about?
Email what?
Would this be the flash or dash cam?
No, I'm just asking her for a copy of the index,
Oh, okay.
so that we can see the index, you know?
Rachel just emailed IT to put it on another flash drive and have it brought over. But we have all of the dash cam available on USB too.
But I just need to know if there's a certain place within the videos that you want me to go to, Mr. Jordan. Is there?
I would
going to
actually
be?
have to preview them. I haven't had a chance to preview them
Okay.
in its entirety since I picked it up from you on a Thursday and here when trial started Monday.
Mhm.
And they were in the file at that time.
If you had an issue with it, why didn't you contact me Monday and say they were missing so I could then
I
give you
did, I
another
actually
copy?
placed a motion to compel discovery.
You filed that Tuesday morning when trial was starting, but
Actually, I filed that Sunday when trial started, well, the day before trial.
okay. Okay,
So, trial started Monday or Tuesday?
Tuesday.
And I was working that whole day Tuesday or Monday. And still trying to discover the discovery, so much files to look through.
So you gave them to him as what, both redacted, both the redacted clips and the full dash cam?
If that's what's on the index, yes.
Mrs. Woods,
Mm-hmm.
did I hear you say in your jury instruction presentation that there was no cocaine in your inventory?
Just the word cocaine was missing in discussion about the forfeiture specifications, and it includes the word cocaine on the indictment, so we just asked that that be
Okay.
added to the forfeiture specification language.
Okay. Is there a way for me to get prints from that, or it's all,
What do you mean?
like if I wanted a print of this right here on the screen? And also, if I put something on the screen, how do I submit it as evidence?
Okay, so that depends on,
Complete dash.
if you're putting it on, you can only put it on the screen if you are using it
Right?
well, if it was, we'll talk about during the
It has to be
case.
relative to
With
what's
regard
going-
to your, yes, correct, with regard to your cross-examination, okay? And it would have to be admissible, but once you did that, so if you wanted to point to that, say the lab person is testifying and you want to point to that, okay? You would, that they're already probably going to have,
How do I put it
displayed that,
to
but
evidence?
you say I would like to, well, if you're just showing, for the entire jury to see,
How do I submit it as evidence?
you would have to move to admit it.
Okay, but I mean physically, with mechanically. How do I
So if
submit
you're
it?
like holding this and there's a witness on the stand,
Yes.
Yes.
I mean, right, so how do I, is there something I must do? How do I submit it electronically?
Is she here?
yes.
Do you know?
Like, technologically, do I know, or legally do I know?
So Rachel,
Technologically,
once
not
this is up
really.
here, how do I submit something as evidence?
I can't understand whether he's asking
Mechanically.
technologically.
What are,
Oh, like in the technical?
yeah,
So you would ask the appropriate questions to the witness, and then from either that computer or I can put it in mine, we would show it to the witness on all of the screens
Yeah,
before.
can I do that?
Will you take that off?
Can you take that off the board, please?
Sure. Did it time out?
turned off the screen.
How do I get in? I really can't hear. Is that a drum?
No, that's for your exhibits. For that one.
That's what I'm asking.
I know, but that is saying that connects it. That's just like, this isn't its own.
Excuse me, did you say this is for the exhibits?
This is before those electronic exhibits that you showed you yesterday on that screen prior to being published.
I mean, as far as I'm wanting to exhibit something as evidence, do I use that, or how do I?
You're gonna have to use this prior to, and you're gonna have to request to have it published before the judge will let it go up on the screen.
Okay.
Because you don't have the ability with your computer to use this,
Okay,
but they have the ability to show you here.
so once it's up here, how do I submit it to the evidence? How is that done?
Before you publish it,
How do I publish it? I guess that's what
you're
I'm
gonna
asking.
use this computer here
Right.
with that mouse. And before you publish it, you have to request that the judge allow it to be published. If he says yes, then we'll put it on the board for you.
Bob will help you when that
I'll help you with
comes,
that
with
portion.
the technical.
So is the publishing part something I do? Or
No.
not?
You request that from the judge.
Right, but do I have to do something?
She'll advise you on that. Counselor, he's gonna have to eject that drive. I'm gonna have to put it up there so you can eject it and take down all that material,
Okay,
okay?
So
So I'm
you're
gonna put
gonna
it up there so you
immediately
can see it.
X out when he puts
So
it
he's
on
gonna
the
have to eject it.
okay.
I'm gonna close the file first.
Okay. Close it all out and
Close.
Yes.
close all tabs.
I'll
X
eject
X
the
out on
drive.
top,
Excuse me?
X
Just
out on
X
the
out
top, and eject it from the bottom. And I'll give it back to you. All rise.
Be seated, please. Good morning. All right, next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Kashonda Lewis Gunnell.
You raise your right hand, please. You swear testimony you're about to give us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yeah.
All right, have a seat right here. All right, you're gonna need to stay close to that microphone. Celeste?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Keishonda Lewis Gunnell, Keshawanda, last name Lewis-Gunnell.
How old are you?
30,
What city do you live in?
Columbus, Ohio.
And I'm just gonna get this out of the way here. You've previously been convicted of felonious assault in Franklin County Court of Common Pleas in 2014.
Yes.
Correct? And also grand theft of a motor vehicle in Franklin County Court of Common Pleas in 2017, is that correct?
Yes,
And a misdemeanor theft in Columbus Municipal Court, is that correct?
yes,
I want to direct your attention to June 20th of 2024. Do you recall being in Willoughby, Lake County, state of Ohio on that day?
yes.
What brought you to Lake County?
Me and my friend, we were in Cleveland, Willoughby, I guess. And it pretty much was a escort date going bad.
Who's your friend?
Her name's Destiny.
How do you know Destiny Thomas?
Just from Columbus.
How would you describe your relationship with her?
Really say it's a relationship or a friendship. She's just an associate.
How long have you known her?
For a couple years now.
About how many times had you hung out with her leading up until June of 24?
That time that we were together when we all went to jail, that was my second encounter with her.
Second time hanging out?
Yeah.
Prior to coming to Ohio, where were you and Miss Thomas?
Detroit, Michigan.
Why were you in Detroit?
Seeing my father and my other side of the family.
Prior to going to Detroit, did you and Miss Thomas drive up there from Columbus?
Yes.
How did you get to Detroit?
I drove.
Is it your vehicle?
Yes.
What type of vehicle do you have?
I had a Hyundai Sonata at the time.
Do you have a valid driver's license?
Do I have to answer that? No.
What made you decide to go from Detroit to Cleveland?
We were just pretty much passing through to get back to Columbus.
Once you got to Cleveland, what did you and Miss Thomas do?
Destiny posted an ad on list crawlers, and I would say maybe like an hour into us being in Cleveland, O'Shea called her phone, and he called my phone as well, but I declined, and then he called Destiny, and I guess...
I'm gonna stop you for a second, just so we can break down a few things. You said she posted an ad on List Crawler.
Yes.
What is List Crawler?
It's like an escort site.
When you say ad, what information is contained within an ad?
It was our pictures, her number. I really don't know what she put in the description, but I know it was our pictures and her number on there.
What is typically provided in a description in one of these ads?
It could be numerous of things, I don't know.
So it has photographs of you and Miss Thomas, is that correct?
And her number.
Contact information for her as well?
Yes.
Was your number in the ad as well?
No, I had my own ad on my own phone.
Okay. Was that also posted on List Crawler?
Yes.
What is List Crawler primarily used for?
What he called for, escorts.
And in regards to this case, was Miss Thomas contacted by the defendant?
Yes.
How was she contacted?
Phone call.
As a result of that phone call, did you and Miss Thomas come to Willoughby in Lake County, Ohio?
Yes.
Who drove to Willoughby?
Me.
Why did you drive to Willoughby?
To meet up with Mr. Jordan.
What was your understanding as to what was going to happen when you met up with the defendant?
It was supposed to be pretty much like a two-girl special, and he was paying $400. But when we got there and I seen everything that he was doing, I did not want to do anything with him. And, you know, when I said I was ready to leave and I put the address into Columbus in my phone, Mr. Jordan.
I'm just going to pause you a second because I want to take this kind of in chronological order. No, it's okay.
It's cold.
When you say a two-girl special, what do you mean by that?
He paid for a 2-for-1, pretty much 2 girls for one price.
What is the defendant receiving for that price?
It was sex.
What was the negotiated payment between the defendant and you and Miss Thomas?
$400.
Did you receive any money prior to arriving at the defendant's apartment?
No.
When did you receive the money?
When we got there,
How much money did you receive?
he sent $200 to Destiny's Cash App and $100 to mine. And when he was supposed to send the other $100 to my Cash App, that's when he did his stuff he was doing and started wigging out on us.
So you did in fact go to the defendant's apartment in this case, correct?
Yes.
When you arrived at the defendant's apartment, what were your initial observations?
What do you mean?
What was the state of his apartment?
If you want me to be completely honest, it looked like that was about to be our death place.
Why do you say that?
The way it looked, it was ladders, extension cords, paint, hammers. It didn't look like a home, if you ask me.
So it didn't have the contents or furnishings that you would typically see in an apartment?
No,
For example, no couch?
no.
When you arrived at the defendant's apartment, walk us through what happened.
So when we went upstairs on the second floor, he opened up the door. I mean, I'm not gonna sit here and bash this man because that's not what I'm here for. He was nice to us until he started smoking his drug of choice. And when we first got there, I'm not gonna lie, excuse my language, he bullshitted majority of the time when it came to the payment. So I was sitting on the edge of the bed and I just kept saying, I'm ready to go home, I'm ready to go home, I'm ready to go home, I'm ready to go home. And once he sent the $100 to my phone, I'm still telling her, like, I'm ready to go home. Like, I don't even want to do anything with this man because he was sitting there smoking crack cocaine. And he blew crack smoke in Destiny's face. And once he did that, I was completely ready to go home.
All right, I'm gonna stop you for a second. You said you initially arrived at his apartment and he was acting fine, is that
Yes.
right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you said he started smoking his drug of choice.
Yeah,
What did you actually observe the defendant doing?
smoking crack.
How did you know it was crack?
I mean, I didn't been around before. I know what crack looked like. He had the little stem thing, and he just kept moving crack from where he had it on a pillow, on his kneecap to the stem.
When you say stem, are you referring to like a glass pipe?
Yeah,
And did you see the defendant actually put the pipe to his lips?
yes, and he blew it in my friend's face.
Approximately how long were you at the defendant's apartment before he started smoking crack?
He started doing that stuff instantly as soon as we hit his bedroom.
Up until that point, had any sexual activity occurred between either you, Ms. Thomas, or the defendant?
Destiny was giving him oral when everything occurred.
Where was Destiny performing fellatio on the defendant? Where in the apartment?
In the bedroom.
Can you describe the layout of the defendant's bedroom?
It looked at like a bunk bed. Like when you first walk in the room, it was like a metal thing, and then it was a blow-up bed up under. If I can remember right, he had a projector and it faced the front of the room, like by the door, and he had the little music and the speaker and all of that and the crack.
How did it come to be that Ms. Thomas started performing fellatio on the defendant?
I mean, the man was already butt naked when we got there, so it pretty much took her no time once she got her $200.
When Ms. Thomas was performing the sexual act, what were you doing?
Sitting on the bed, complaining, ready to go.
Why were you so ready to go home at this point?
Because I felt uncomfortable. This man was smoking crack in my face.
You previously testified at one point he blew smoke in Ms. Thomas's face?
Yes, he did.
Please tell us more about that.
She was giving him oral, and it was the last crack smoke he did. And he like, yeah, I'm about to take this 40 hit. And he lit it up, hit it, and he said, in Destiny's face. And once he did that, I was really ready to go. And once I put the address to Columbus, he snatched my phone. He rose up and snatched my phone and said, excuse my language, but he said, y'all bitches trying to rob me, and he just got very angry.
Approximately how long was Miss Thomas performing fellatio on the defendant before he blew the smoke in her face?
I would say maybe 6 to 9 minutes.
What was Miss Thomas's reaction when the defendant did that?
She didn't do nothing. She didn't say nothing. She didn't get mad. Nothing.
Did that bother you?
Yes,
Why?
because we don't smoke crack. We don't indulge in that type of stuff, and you just let this man blow crack smoke in your face for any amount of money. Like, that's not okay. It's already bad enough that we were out here selling our body, and you just sold your body to I'm sorry to say this, but a crackhead.
And you had testified the defendant said he was hitting a 40, is that correct?
Yes.
What is a 40?
I guess a 40 piece of crack. Like, he was literally stuffing that glass thing with that dope. He was grabbing from on top of that metal thing. And I watched him put crack on the pillow, crack on his kneecaps, crack on the stem.
Approximately how many times did you see the defendant smoke from the pipe?
He did it about a good 7, 8 times before he got mad.
Let's talk about when the defendant got mad. You previously testified that you had put an address into your phone, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. What address did you put into your phone?
4200 Stelzer Road, Columbus, Ohio.
So is your address to get home?
Yes.
How did the defendant react to this?
I guess once he heard that, he rose up and said, y'all bitches trying to rob me. And he snatched my phone, snatched his phone, threw my phone behind the bed. When I tried to grab it, he like mushed me away from where my phone was, and that's when he grabbed his, thing.
What thing?
His gun.
Where did he grab the firearm from?
From behind that bed where he threw my phone.
What was the defendant doing with the firearm?
He just waved it and was like, y'all bitches trying to rob me, and just kept waving the gun. And I'm like, sir, can I get my phone so I can go home? I'm not from here. And Destiny, I don't know how she ended up getting out his door, because the way the door was, it was like booby trapped or something. And she got out the door, and he ended up closing the door after she left. And I was still in the apartment, and I kept asking him, can I just get my phone so I can leave? And every time I tried to go to the door, he just got angrier and angrier.
When you say the door was booby trapped, what do you mean by that?
It had locks, like more than one lock on the door.
Was it difficult to exit or open the door?
Yes.
What were you doing once Miss Thomas was able to get out of the apartment?
I stood at his living room window screaming.
What were you screaming?
Somebody help me get out of here. He won't let me out of here.
After that point in time, or what was the defendant doing while you were screaming that?
Just walking around his house butt naked. Hi.
Did he still have the firearm?
Yes.
Did he still have the crack?
No, once he heard the police come, he was coming out the room, and when I heard the police, he was already at the door, and that's when I started assaulting him.
Let's talk about when the police arrived. Do you recall hearing the Willoughby Police Department knocking on the door?
Yes.
Would the defendant open the door?
Yeah, he opened it while they were screaming Willoughby police.
What happened once he opened the door?
I hit him in his head. The door got opened, and it looked at like 10 officers, but it probably wasn't. It was probably like maybe 3 or 4. But he fought them for dear life for about, I would say, 3-4 minutes.
What were you doing during this 3 or 4 minutes?
The officer told me to stand at the door and not move, so that's what I did.
You previously testified that you hit the defendant as well?
Yes.
Why did you hit him?
He was stealing my phone and had me held hostage in his home.
Were you scared for your safety?
Of course I was.
When you say You testified the defendant was struggling with the police. Is that an accurate way to state it?
It wasn't no struggle. He was fighting them.
Can you describe that for me?
Like, it looked like 10 officers to get that skinny man on the ground
Approximately where in the apartment was this struggle occurring?
in the living room.
The cell phone you had on you that day, do you recall what type of cell phone it was?
An iPhone XR.
Do you recall what it looked like?
It had a glitter case, a clear glitter case, and it had like blue, purple, pink glitter.
One moment, Your Honor.
Could y'all close this window? It's cold.
What's that?
Could y'all close this window, please?
Hey, Bob, can you shut these windows? Yeah.
Thank you. Freezing.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yeah.
I'm gonna hand you some gloves, if you wouldn't mind putting them on prior to handling the evidence, as well as scissors. And I'm handing you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 17. Can you please open that envelope and tell us if you recognize the contents inside?
My phone.
That's the phone you had on you the night of June 20th of 2024?
Yes.
Is that the same phone that the defendant took from you?
Yes.
When the defendant took your phone, what did you see him do with it?
He threw it behind his bed.
Your Honor, may I publish State's Exhibit 10C at this time?
Yeah, it's been admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. While this is getting, oh, here we go. Up here on the screen, I'm going to display what's been previously admitted as State's Exhibit 10C. Is what's depicted in this photograph look familiar?
Yes, that's Mr. Jordan's apartment.
Is this similar to how it looked on the early morning hours of June 20th of 2024?
I mean, it's cleaned up very well, but yeah.
It looks a little different.
Yeah, it's just cleaner.
Is the bed and bed frame in approximately the same location?
Yes.
When you said the defendant threw the phone behind his bed, can you describe where in the photograph that would have been?
Where at the top where that bed is touching the wall, my phone was right there.
Directly underneath what appears to be a stereo player?
Yes.
Up on the shelf? Did you see what the defendant did with the firearm prior to police arrival?
No.
Ms. Lewis-Ganell, you were also arrested as a result of the incident on this night, is that correct?
Yes.
And you subsequently pled and were convicted of assault and engaging in prostitution in Willoughby Municipal Court, is that right?
Yes.
And did you receive any deal or benefit from the state of Ohio in exchange for your testimony here today?
No.
Do you see Mr. O'Shea Jordan here in court?
Yeah.
Can you please point to where he is seated and identify what he is wearing?
The brown sweater, glasses, bald head.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
Yes.
Prior to this night, had you ever met the defendant before?
No.
No further questions.
All right, cross-examination.
Mrs. Gunwell, is it?
Gunnell.
Gunnell. Sorry, and thank you. I'm sorry. You stated that upon you entering the home of the defendant, that it looked like a death trap.
It
May
did.
I ask you, at that point when you felt like it looked like a death trap, well, first, can you describe what that looked like to you?
You had paint, extension cord, ladders, hammers. It didn't look like a home.
So did it look like a work zone or a death trap?
It looked like a trap house, if you ask me.
Okay, so it felt like a death trap to you is what I'm understanding.
Yeah.
I want to know, when you felt a death trap, why didn't you immediately turn
I
around?
wasn't leaving my friend in your house.
Okay. Before I ask any more questions, I would like for you to tell the court, true or false, if you were threatened to come here and testify today.
No.
Okay. So, you mentioned that your friend and I were in the bedroom. Can you just elaborate on what that experience was from your perspective?
My friend was giving you oral in your house, and you were smoking crack, and you stole my phone.
Where was your friend located during this time?
In between your legs, you know where she was at.
Where were you located?
Sitting on your bed,
And where was I located?
laying down, up under your little homemade shed or whatever you want to call it.
So you're saying where all three were laying in the bed?
We weren't laying in nothing. You were laying in your bed. She was in between your legs, and I sat at the edge of your bed the whole time I
You
was
never
there.
laid down in the bed?
Me?
Yeah, had you ever?
No.
Okay. Do you recall a moment when money was unauthorized and cashed out via the defendant's phone onto either Destiny's phone and either your phone onto a third or fourth party?
You sent somebody in your phone $300 and said thanks for putting me in the hospital, and you said that we were trying to rob you. No one ever touched your phone.
How do you know that was sent?
You showed us. You
And
said
what was
there.
the name of that?
I don't remember.
Okay.
You showed us your phone before you snatched my phone, sir, and you know this.
Thank you. Can you recall at what point that the chaos disturbance began?
We was there probably 45 minutes, if that. I don't remember. That was last year, but yeah, we was probably there. I would say we was there from the time we walked in the door till the time we left, maybe an hour and a half, if that.
Would you be able to remember if it was close around the time when the defendant discovered money missing from his phone that you guys started to exit?
I didn't exit your home until the police told me to leave. So,
Okay, so then would you say it was around that time when the defendant discovered money misses from his phone that Destiny exited?
I don't remember. I just know after you snatched my phone, we was out of your house. Maybe, I would say 15 minutes, if that, after that.
Let me ask you, do you remember a point in time when you and your companion Destiny Thomas began to exit in unison together?
What does that mean?
Meaning you both got up at the same time and began to leave the apartment?
We never left your apartment at the same
Do you remember
time.
a time similar to that where you both got up at the same time and began to leave?
We never left your home at the same time. Destiny left your house first, and you closed the door and kept me in your home.
Let's keep it in perspective. We're still in the bedroom. Do you remember a time when you both got out of the bed and began to leave the apartment or the bedroom in unison?
We all stood at your door and argued after you
What
took my
happened
phone.
during that argument?
Hold on. You can't, let her finish the answer before you ask another question.
All three of us stood at your door and argued, and I begged and pleaded for my phone for about a good 3 minutes before Destiny got out of your home.
Okay. During that argument, do you recall anyone pulling out a knife? If it was
A knife?
yeah.
Nobody had a knife. You had a gun.
Do you recall anyone trying to stab the defendant in that entrance of the doorway, the bedroom?
Who tried to stab you?
I'm asking, do you recall?
No.
Okay. Let the record reflect that Destiny did have a knife in her pocket when she was arrested.
You cannot
That
make
don't have
statements.
nothing to do with
Hold
it.
on. I'm talking.
Sorry.
You cannot make statements. You can ask questions. The jury's instructed to disregard his last statement. Ask a question.
Okay. Did Destiny have a knife on her person that night?
I don't know. They had us all separated. The police did. You as well. You were the first one in the cop car.
Okay.
I know my friend had drugs on her. I don't know about a weapon, though.
Did you yourself have drugs on you?
No, I did not. Did I go to jail for drugs?
Hold on. Listen, you can't ask him questions either.
Sorry.
okay?
Now, as your friend has left the apartment, where are you and I at that time when she...
In your living room, I stood by your window screaming, and you ran around your house butt naked.
While you were standing by the window screaming...
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to notice any police outside the building?
No, I just heard them when they were at the door.
So, let me re-ask it. When you were standing at the window, running around the apartment screaming, back and forth from the window screaming, did you notice any police outside the building?
I heard them, but I did not physically see them until your door came open.
Okay. So now, when your friend, prior to the police arriving, your friend has already exited and made a phone call to police.
Right. She made the phone call to the police inside of your house.
I'm just laying the foundation. You're still in the apartment running from the window in proximity of the front door. Do you recall hearing your friend make a phone call to the 911
I
operator?
told her to call the police.
Okay. So, while she's making the phone call, do you recall her opening the door at one point while she's on the phone with the operator?
Yes.
And where you and I located, you and the defendant are located at that time?
She was at your door, and I was like by your kitchen and your bedroom area, and you were in your room.
So she was able to open the door after leaving the apartment, call 911, come back and open the door, peek in, and close the door back.
She never.
As you ran around the apartment.
I don't recall her opening your door again, but if she did do that, I don't remember that.
Can I have a brief moment to speak with my assistant? Mrs. Gunn?
Mm-hmm.
You help me refresh my memory.
That's not what she's here to do. She's
No,
here
I'm
to-
talking to myself, I'm sorry.
Okay, make sure when you're talking, you're addressing the witness.
Okay.
Don't talk out loud when you're not
Right.
asking a question, okay?
You stated that, or did you state that your friend left the apartment, was able to make her phone call to 911 as you and the defendant were still in the apartment, is that correct?
Phone call to Cleveland police, Willoughby police, all of this shit is the same to me. She did that inside your house, standing in your doorway of your bedroom. She was on the phone with the police after she ran out of your house and you shut that door and kept me in your home.
So is it your testimony that she made the 911 call inside of the apartment?
She did.
Hold on, she has stated that about 3 times now, that's what she did. Okay, so let's move on to another
Can
question.
I play some audio to refresh your memory?
Do whatever you need
No,
to
no,
do,
no,
sir.
no, okay, we're not in a free-for-all here, okay? You have to do it correctly. You cannot play a phone call to refresh her memory, okay?
Well, if I play some audio to refresh your memory, is that the appropriate way?
I'm not, listen, you gotta do what you gotta do. Rules, you gotta do what you gotta do.
If I played her making her phone call, will that refresh your memory of where that call was made?
She has indicated, with some.
From my.
Hold on, jeez, oh man.
Sorry.
She's definitively indicated that the other party made a phone call within your apartment and then left and continued on the phone call. So there's nothing to refresh her memory about.
I have something that indicates that's not.
So listen to me, okay? You move on to another question. I'm not permitting you to do that. That's not permitted by the rules, okay?
So, let me ask you, do you recall once at the prior to going to the police station, is there any reason your friend would say during her phone call that she would mention that you stated you're going to go to jail?
No, because what would I be going to jail for?
Okay. Would there be any reason for you to keep the statement onto police officer you that you were being sex trafficked by an individual by the name of David?
Nothing to do with you, sir, and I'm not answering no question like that in this courtroom. That has nothing to do with Willoughby police or O'Shea Jordan, so no answering that. Next question.
So would there be,
Next question.
See, that's usually what I say when it's time, okay? So stick to relevant questions regarding the state versus O'Shea.
that's exactly what I'm trying to do.
Well, let's do that then.
So you stated that you did not notice officers as you ran around the apartment and your friend was outside the door on the phone as they approached, and she took a moment to speak with them prior to her. You stated that you did not notice, is that correct?
She did state that 3 times now, okay? So let's, don't ask the same question again, please.
Let me just ask you, is it plausible that while at that doorway of the bedroom, in the middle of a dispute when a knife was pulled, that your phone was dropped?
It wasn't dropped. You threw my phone behind your bed. And still to this day, I don't even know what today's date is, March 11th, 2025, you still stand and lie and say you never had my phone and it's sitting in my face.
So once the police enter the apartment, where is your proximity at that time when they're handcuffing me?
When they fought you down to the ground, you mean?
When they're handcuffing me, because
I was standing by the door. That officer right there told me do not move.
that's the particular officer?
Yes,
What door were you standing by?
your front door.
Okay. How long were you on the scene before going to the police department?
We were all on scene, so I would say we were out there I don't, maybe 2 hours. They was getting all the information together. But you were the first one to go in the cop car.
Correct, so then you were still on the scene while the officers were there, right?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Lewis Gunwell, you never
Janelle.
called 911 here, did you?
No, I did not. I did not have a phone to call the police.
Would you be surprised to learn that multiple 911 calls were placed in this case?
I only recall the one that Stephanie Thomas made. I don't know if anybody else called.
Did you or Ms. Thomas ever touch the defendant's phone?
Never.
Did you ever take money from the defendant without his permission?
No, we did not.
Was any money received by you and Ms. Thomas in exchange for sexual activity that night?
He was supposed to send $400, $300 only got sent, and I guess whoever the person that put him in the hospital, beat him up, whatever, he said
Object, Your
that
Honor.
Sustained, jury's instructed to disregard that last statement of the witness. Go ahead.
What did the defendant say when he showed you this money transaction on his phone? What were the words of the defendant?
he said, y'all bitches trying to rob me.
Did you try and rob him?
No, we didn't. What are we taking? His crack?
No further questions.
Any recross?
Object, Your Honor.
Overruled. Any recross?
I'm sorry, but this
Hold
is
on, wait. Any, okay, go ahead.
Mrs. Gunwell, you were the individual taking money from my phone, were you not?
Are you kidding me?
Can you answer his question,
Where,
please?
where did I take money from your phone?
No. You gotta answer his question.
No, I wasn't.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down. Thank you. Go ahead, you can go. All right, next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Lieutenant John Begovic.
You raise your right hand, please. You swear testimony about to give us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
I do.
All right.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your first and last name?
Detective Lieutenant John Begovic, B-E-G-O-V-I-C,
Where are you currently employed?
City of Willoughby Police Department.
What is your current job title?
I'm in charge of the Willoughby Detective Bureau.
How long have you been in charge of the Detective Bureau?
For the last 5 years.
And what are your job duties in charge of the Detective Bureau?
Again, being in charge of the Detective Bureau, every morning we read cases. I'll assign cases. I'll become part of cases, help investigate cases myself. But the way the Bureau is set up is there's a Detective Lieutenant who is myself, a Detective Sergeant who is Kevin Rastel, and then I have 4 detectives. So a total of 6 of us in the Detective Bureau.
What is the general role of the Detective Bureau?
Well, our primary role is to investigate. We investigate any criminal crimes in nature, but we also assist the patrol division. So if they make an arrest and if they ask us for some help on video, interviews, evidence collection, scene processing, we'll do that as well.
Prior to being in charge of the Detective Bureau, did you hold any other positions at Willoughby Police Department?
Yes. I started my career as a part-time patrolman in 2 other agencies from 91 and 93. I was hired in Willoughby in 93. I was a patrolman for 8 years, a detective for 11 years. I became a sergeant for 6 years, then promoted to lieutenant on the road, and then in 2020 I was transferred over to the Detective Bureau.
Are you certified peace officer in the state of Ohio?
I am.
Which police academy did you attend?
Lakeland Community College, where I also obtained a 2-year associate's degree in criminal justice.
As a police officer with the city of Willoughby, do you engage in ongoing annual training or biannual training?
We do train, yes.
Going to draw your attention to June 20th, 2024. Were you working that day?
Yes, my primary, I work Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. I do come in early, just to see if there's anything we need to do early on, but my shift pretty much started around 7:15, 7:30. Like I said, I start at 8, but I always come in early.
So, Lieutenant Pegvik, you were not present at the time that Mr. O'Shea Jordan was arrested?
No, that incident began at about 2:40 in the morning, so we were not.
Okay. And was the Detective Bureau called that night after 2:40 a.m.?
We were not.
Okay. When were you approximately first contacted about what had occurred that night?
From my recollection, about 7 o'clock in the morning, I was contacted by Lieutenant Kevin Crowley, who was the shift supervisor, along with Sergeant Brad Lampola, asking for assistance in obtaining a search warrant for the apartment at 1207 Lost Nation Road, apartment 206. I then said, sure, we would be happy to help. Other detectives were at the station, that being Detective Dave Burrington and Detective Gabe Slay, along with Patrolman Bill Bernakis, who was on light duty, so he was assigned to the Detective Bureau.
And did the Detective Bureau prepare a search warrant for this apartment number 206?
Yes, Detective Gabe Slay prepared the search warrant. He presented it to Willoughby Municipal Court Judge Marissa Carnaccio at about 9:20 in the morning.
That same day, June 20th, 2024?
Yes,
Okay. And this apartment is located in Willoughby, Lake County, Ohio?
it is.
Okay. And was that search warrant in fact signed?
It was signed by Judge Marissa Carnaccio, yes.
After you had the signed search warrant, who responded to the defendant's apartment?
It was Detective Gabe Slay who had the search warrant in hand, Detective Dave Burrington, myself, and Patrolman Bernakis.
Around what time did you arrive at the apartment?
9:40 a.m., so 20 minutes after the search warrant was signed.
How did you make entry into the apartment?
By using keys that were in possession of O'Shea Jordan. We arrived on scene. I had a digital camera with me, so I began taking digital images of outside the building and then upstairs to the actual apartment door. The door was opened by Patrolman Bernakis, but the door handle and the lock assembly was different than any other apartment door. To my recollection, either you had to enter or punch a code to get in there or a thumbprint, but it was not a normal apartment style lock.
Did you use the key to get into the unit?
Yes.
Okay. What were the different roles once you made entry into the apartment?
Well, again, once we opened up the door, we yelled out Willoughby Police just to make sure there was nobody in there. There was nobody in there. The door was locked, so nobody gained entry in there prior to us. Once we didn't receive an answer, I believe it was Patrolman Bernakis and either Detective Slay or Detective Burrington that cleared the apartment. So they went in, checked all the rooms, make sure there was nobody else inside the apartment before all of us went in there. So our roles are basically, I brought the digital camera with me, so I was primarily the one taking the pictures. We then had officers searching separate parts of the apartment. I and Detective Burrington searched the back bedroom. Detective Slay and Patrolman Bernakis searched the first bedroom to the right, the primary bedroom of O'Shea Jordan, along with the living room area, closets, kitchen area, bathroom, and so forth.
And the photographs that you testified to, what happened to them in this case?
Those were unfortunately lost. So we experienced one of our servers crashed in early June, I believe on or about June 12th. So the way we do it is, so when anyone takes digital images, it's on a digital camera. Those images are on an SD card. We pull the SD card out of the camera, plug it into the tower of the computer, we create a folder. We then copy those images from the SD card into a folder. We then place that folder into the Q drive, which is our media drive. That is stored on a server. Unfortunately, on or about June 12th, prior to this incident, it began to crash. It wasn't discovered until after this incident, where, again, not only was this case, but other folders lost as well.
As a result, did you recently respond back to the apartment number 206?
I did. On February 27th, I made arrangements with Parkway Apartments management to head over to the apartment complex and take images of outside the building, the door, and well as the apartment itself, which was being now occupied by a different tenant.
Okay. And in your preparation for this case, did you also prepare a floor plan?
We did. So I contacted management. I asked management for a floor plan of that apartment complex or that specific apartment. They sent me a floor plan, but unfortunately, it was consistent, but the primary bedroom of O'Shea Jordan, the closet was on the other side of the wall. So I went ahead and completed a diagram showing the actual layout of that apartment. There were change in configuration of the closet door once you enter, and there was no linen closet in the hallway, so I took that out. So modified it to where it exactly what it looked like, that apartment looks like today,
Okay.
and back on June 20th.
Okay, and you were inside the apartment on June 20th and recently February 27th?
Yes.
Photographs?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 9.
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Do you see that on your screen, State's Exhibit number 9?
I do.
What are we looking at?
That is the diagram that I created, the layout of 1207-206.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the layouts based on your experience of responding to this apartment on 2 different occasions?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit State's Exhibit 9 and publish it to the jury.
Is there an objection to Exhibit 9?
Objection.
All right, objection's overruled, it's admitted.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay, Lieutenant Begovic, can you explain, and if you could, the pointer will work, walk us through what we are looking at on State's Exhibit number 9?
So, let me see here. There we go. So this is the second floor, which is apartment 206, 1207 Lost Nation Road. So you would enter the building through a door here. You'd walk up a flight of stairs. This is the only way of gaining access into the apartment. So you have the living room to the right, the closet area, the dining area, kitchen area, and what I have marked as bedroom number 1. That was where the majority of the evidence was collected during the search warrant. You have the back bedroom, walk-in closet, and the bathroom.
What were the contents generally that you observed on the night of this, or the morning of the search warrant in the dining area and living room area?
Once we entered through the only door to the right, it was pretty much like a storage unit. I mean, it had 4 tires stacked on top of each other, multiple tools. There was not a television to my recollection. There was not a couch. Same thing with the dining area, and the same thing with the closet area, just multiple tools. Once we walked in the hallway, the first door on the right that I marked bedroom number 1, there was a black air mattress, a metal shelf style. Again, the kitchen area, you have the bathroom, and in the back bedroom marked number 2, there was pretty much just miscellaneous furniture, but no bed, a couple dressers. We walked into the walk-in closet and noticed that there was some clothes and other items hanging on the clothes rod.
Okay.
going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 2A through Z. Okay, and I'm going to have you flick through these photographs and take a look at all of States Exhibits 2A through Z.
Objection, Your Honor. That is not my apartment.
Objection is overruled.
Let me know when you've finished looking through all of the photographs.
These are the images that I took on February 27th of this year.
Okay, and on February 27th, you said there's a different tenant living in that unit?
Yes,
Okay. Did you meet the tenant when you took these photographs?
I did not. I was let inside by management.
And are the photographs in States Exhibit 2A through Z a fair and accurate depiction of the layout of the unit as you responded on June 20th, 2024?
Yes.
What is different about States Exhibit 2 versus June 20th when you responded to the search warrant?
Again, you have somebody else living there. They have a living room, they have a dining room, they have a back bedroom. Again, bedroom number 2, which is considered like the master bedroom. That's got furniture in it, so completely different set, same layout, but completely different setup of furniture and so forth.
Okay, so all the contents are different.
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I move to admit States Exhibit 2A through Z.
Object.
They will be admitted over the defense objection.
Okay. Lieutenant Begovic, could you back up to States Exhibit 2A?
Two A.
One moment, Your Honor. Okay, I have displayed on the screen States Exhibit 9 and States Exhibit 2A through Z. Okay, looking at States Exhibit 2A, can you tell us what we're looking at in this exhibit?
Well, 2A, again, is the first picture that I took. This is the primary entry into 1207. There is a back entry, but this is the primary entry of getting into 1207 Lost Nation Road.
Is Exhibit 2A how the building looked from the exterior on June 20th, 2024?
It is.
Okay, and I'll have you move to Exhibit 2B, using the arrow. What is this a picture of?
Again, what we like to do is just a close-up shot of the marker showing 1207, and below it are the subsequent apartment numbers on that side. So each building has 2 forms of entry. You have one on the left side, one on the right side. 206 was, if you're facing the building, the entry on the right side.
Okay, States Exhibit 2C. What is this?
Once I walked up the flight of stairs here, Again, it's apartment number 206 with a different lock now. And again, just a shot of the door.
Okay, so on on June 20th, 2024, Mr. Jordan had a different lock on his apartment door.
He did.
Okay. State's Exhibit 2D. What is this?
Again, just a close-up of the door itself, the door knocker showing apartment 206.
Okay, 2E.
Again, another close-up shot of the door knocker with 206.
And what is 2F?
2SF is once you walk into the front door, this will be considered the living room off to the right.
Okay. And again, all the contents were different on June 20th.
Yes.
Okay. The next exhibit, 2G. What is this?
Again, just another image of the living room area.
Okay. Next exhibit, 2H.
Standing at the doorway at 206, that's just basically if you're looking straight down the hallway that leads to the back bedroom, the kitchen area, bedroom number 1, bedroom number 2, and the bathroom.
Looking at State's Exhibit 2H, which side of the photograph is bedroom number 1 on?
First door on the right.
Okay, and what side of Exhibit 2H is the kitchen on?
Straight across to the left.
And where is the bedroom number 2, also what you testified to as the master bedroom in State's Exhibit 2H?
If you keep walking down the hallway, you will walk right into bedroom number 2.
Okay. Next exhibit, 2I. What is this?
Again, now I'm standing in the living room area, and I want to get a shot of the front door area, the closet, showing the one door here, and the pantry and a closet here, along with the dining area.
Next exhibit, 2J. What is this?
Again, just another angle from where I was standing in the living room area, showing the front door, the 2 closet doors, primarily that corner area.
Okay, next exhibit, 2K. What is this?
And just close up the dining area, you see the opening of the wall where you can obviously look from the kitchen into the dining area, along with the hallway and the kitchen area.
State's Exhibit 2L.
Again, another shot of the actual hallway as you begin walking down the hallway.
All right, 2M.
Again, once you pass the kitchen area, I just wanted for record to get a picture of what the kitchen design was like. So you have a washing machine, the sink on that side, on the opposite side you have a stove and a refrigerator.
Okay. Is the white item a washing machine or a dishwasher?
Dishwasher, I'm sorry.
Okay, no problem. What is the next exhibit, 2N?
Again, just a close-up shot of the kitchen area itself.
Next exhibit, please. 2O.
Again, another photograph of the kitchen area.
And what is in State's Exhibit 2P?
That is the first bedroom on the right. Now, again, February 27th of this year, that tenant was using that as a, to iron clothes, hang clothes. But on June 20th of 2024, that was O'Shea Jordan's primary bedroom area that contained the black air mattress and the metal shelving behind it.
Can you point on State's Exhibit 9, the floor plan, which bedroom is depicted in State's Exhibit 2P?
So right here that I have marked bedroom number 1.
Okay. And this next exhibit after 2P, 2O.
Again, just another angle of bedroom number 1 over here. You can begin to see the open closet area over here. And again, that's why when I got the layout from the apartment complex, I had to change it because the closet was not on the left-hand side of the bedroom. It was on the right-hand side of the bedroom.
Okay, next exhibit, 2R.
Okay, so now I'm inside the bedroom number 1 area, and I just wanted to get a picture of the closet area as well.
Okay, next exhibit, 2S.
Again, the picture of the bathroom.
Okay, and the bathroom is located where?
Right behind the kitchen area, right over here. You have the single sink, the toilet, and the bathtub.
Do you have access to the bathroom through bedroom number 2?
No.
Okay. Next exhibit, states exhibit 2T.
Again, just another close-up of the bathroom for record, right over here.
Next exhibit 2U.
Again, now that is standing at the doorway right here, looking into bedroom number 2, which is the primary bedroom of the residence, but again, on June 20th, that was not. That just had miscellaneous drawers and so forth, but it's the current tenant's primary bedroom.
Okay, next exhibit 2B, what is this?
Again, just another image of the bedroom number 2 area that is currently today.
I'll have you flip to the next exhibit. 2W.
And again, just another angle of that primary bedroom. Bedroom number 2.
Next exhibit, please. 2X, what is this?
Okay, now I'm standing at about this area right here, and I just want to get a photograph of the door and the walk-in closet for record.
And you're sitting inside bedroom number 2?
That is correct.
Okay. I'll have you flip to the next exhibit. 2Y, what is this?
Okay, now I'm pretty much at this corner, just grabbing a photograph of the bedroom, beginning down the hallway.
And the last exhibit, 2Z.
And just one more photograph for record. I'm standing at about this area right over here, just getting a picture of bedroom number 2 for record.
Okay, thank you very much. Besides photographing the unit on June 20th, excuse me, what did you collect from this apartment?
So as a team, we broke up the apartment in sections. So again, Detective Slade and Patrolman Bernakis conducted a search of bedroom number 1, which was O'Shea Jordan's primary bedroom. Again, it had the air mattress and the metal shelving and the closets. I want to take pictures. I took pictures of bedroom number 1, and I noticed a baggie of marijuana laying on top of the mattress. So that's something that I saw. I also, while searching the kitchen area, found another what appeared to be marijuana in one of the kitchen shelves that was all photographed before it was collected. The remaining items, so that day we collected 10 items from 1207-206. The other items were located by Detective Burrington, Detective Slade, and Patrolman Bernakis. Those were all photographed prior to collection. Again, the server crashing, we lost those photographs. Warrant, we do an inventory sheet. So we mark the location of where this search is conducted, the time we go in, which was 9:40, the time we exit. We exited that apartment at 10:20, and all the items that we collect out of the apartment are inventoried on the sheet. So basically, when I was coordinating with the management company as far as making arrangements to get into the apartment to photograph it, I was furnished about 4 or 5 photographs of when these were taken on or about August of 2024, when O'Shea Jordan had moved out of the apartment, out of Parkway Apartments. He had left numerous items inside the apartment that maintenance had taken pictures of for record to show what was left inside the apartment.
Okay, so looking at State's Exhibit 10A, what is this?
That is the remaining item.
Okay, and I'll have you scroll down to State's Exhibit 10B. What is this?
Okay, that's what I had previously mentioned. These items were inside bedroom number 2. As previously mentioned, there was no bed inside of it. So again, these are pretty much the items that when we saw on June 20th, 2024, those were not removed and left inside the apartment, and again, photographed by maintenance for record.
Okay. And it looks like there's a dresser, and what else in State's Exhibit 10B?
Standing mirror, a blue Tupperware bin, and some other items inside the bedroom number 2 as well.
Okay. And I'll have you scroll to State's Exhibit 10C. What is this?
So these are what I had mentioned earlier, that being the black air mattress. There is no footboard or anything on the bottom. It just rests on the bottom of the carpet. The metal shelving, and this is basically bedroom number 1, which was O'Shea Jordan's primary bedroom on June 20th, 2024.
Do you recall seeing that air mattress when you executed the search warrant?
I do.
Do you recall seeing that metal shelving unit near the window?
To the room, bedroom number 1.
Okay. And I'll have you.
Items that were left inside the apartment that were photographed on August 2020.
Okay, and that's near the entrance door of the unit?
That's correct.
Okay. And I'll have you flip to the next exhibit, 10E. What is this?
Or other items, tools, and so forth. As previously mentioned, there was a stack of 4 tires, pretty much right around here, car tires that obviously were now removed, but they're on June 20th, 2024.
Okay, so for the record, you pointed on State's Exhibit 10, the area on the left-hand side of the photograph?
Yes.
After all of the items were identified, photographed, you basically complete access to secure evidence and then bring it back to department.
It's one that is, if we suspect like there's sort of pills, drugs, powder, potentially drugs, the protocol with the Lake County Crime Lab is we put it in plastic bags. We put it in, we double seal it into plastic. Anything else, primarily into paper bags. collect it, we'll mark out the evidence envelope, we'll put the chief, assistant chief, myself, the lieutenant, and I believe Lieutenant Soji, who was a detective sergeant, he was promoted to lieutenant, so Ballard Road, but he had access into the evidence room. That's pretty much about it.
After the evidence is logged in and secured, does it remain there until it's transported to the Lake County Crime Laboratory?
That's right.
And does another department transport those items to the crime lab?
Yes, so before it's transported to the Lake County Crime Lab, either one of the detectives or an officer, we complete a Lake County Crime Lab sheet. We put an itemized list of what's going out there. We take the items and sheet out of the Lake County Crime Lab. They accept it into the crime lab. They give us a copy of that lab sheet that's scanned and then emailed back to our department. I'll get it, and then I'll chain of custody. Each item has a chain of custody tab, where then I have to manually go in there and enter, on this date, this item was submitted to the crime lab by me, and the crime lab provides us with their crime lab number that we put in that specific tab as well. So it's a very complex, detailed chain of custody.
And then after the evidence is done at the Lake County Crime Lab, does it then return to the Willoughby Police Department?
Yes, we have an officer that goes there. They'll print out a receipt. We sign the receipt. We accept it. We bring those items back into the evidence room, and now they have to go back into that specific property item chain of custody to show that on this date, the Lake County Crime Lab released this item was accepted by us and placed back in evidence.
And do all the items remain at the Willoughby Police Department until it's ready for trial?
That's correct.
No further questions. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Your name for me again, sir. Sorry, can you keep your information?
Sure. Detective Lieutenant John Begovic.
Can I just call you Detective Lieutenant?
Sure.
Okay. I heard you state that you were in charge of the investigation.
I was not in.
Sorry, the part where it became a search warrant. Is that correct?
I'm the high ranking officer, but was I in charge of it? No. I let my detectives prepare the search warrant, submit it to the judge to get signed, and then we all went as a team back to the apartment where we did our, each have a responsibility. I mean, I can stand there and do nothing when I do that. Brad would help collect, bag, tag, bring it back to the station. So.
Approximately what time was this search warrant authenticated and or executed?
So, once the search warrant is done, it's forwarded to the prosecutor review to make sure that everything that we need in the search warrant is in the search warrant. Once the prosecutor approves it, send that search warrant to Williamsville Court Judge Marissa Carnaccio. She signed the search warrant authorizing us to go inside the apartment. So that was at 9:20. We entered the apartment at 9:40 in the morning.
So to your understanding, no search was initiated prior to 7:21.
That's correct.
On June 20th.
Once the officers that were at the scene at 244 secured the apartment, the search was then done at 9:40 a.m.
Would it be considered procedural to have done a search prior to getting that warrant?
No, you have to obtain a search warrant or consent by the person that lives there to go inside the apartment. You just can't go in the apartment. It would be an illegal search.
What would be considered a legal search? Describe to me the inside of a legal search. If the warrant was obtained approximately 7 a.m.
Sustained.
Can you describe to me, in this scenario, what would it consist of in a legal search when the warrant was signed at 7 p.m.?
Sustained.
Okay, we move on then. Are you aware of the phone call that was, first before I went to that phone call, what did the search warrant itself
what we were looking for, basically, to my incident. So whether it be a firearm, drugs, crack pipe, I mean, anything that's mentioned in that search warrant that we felt, or when it was
Physical, I mean, the particular details of this search warrant. Do you recall a word stating cash on this particular search warrant?
I would have to see the search warrant to see if it said cash.
Let me get that into If I showed you a copy of the search warrant, would you be able to tell me that cash was one of the items listed, searched for?
I would have to, yes, I'd have to see the search warrant, yes.
Okay. And as well, so if cash was listed, I'll be able to actually see that later. Can you discover which one I believe was Mrs. Gunwell? Then inside of that one was discovered a particular 911 call from which would be the last, no, I'm sorry, not 911 call, but a particular phone call.
Hold on. You can't make a statement, so that statement made by the defendant is,
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
next
Thank you.
witness.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yeah. All right, next witness.
The state.
You raise your right hand, please. I'm about to give us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the true self you got. Let's see.
Please state your first and last name,
Bradley Lampola,
and then spell your last name, please.
Lampela.
Where are you currently employed?
The Willoughby Police,
Department.
a little bit over 2 years.
Prior to becoming a sergeant, were you employed under different job title with the Willoughby Police Department?
Yes, patrolman.
How long were you a patrolman with Willoughby agencies?
Yes.
Which ones?
Started out at the Put-in-Bay Police Department in 2004, and then the Ohio Department of Natural Resources Division
then when I went to the Division of Watercraft, I was just a watercraft officer.
Are you certified peace officer in the state of Ohio?
Yes.
Which police academy did you attend?
Oh,
As a sergeant with the Willoughby Police.
I supervised 6 patrolmen under me.
And on June 20th, 2024, were you working that night?
Yes. Basically making sure that they follow the policies, procedures of the Willoughby Police Department. I approve their reports, crash reports, incident reports, and answer a lot of questions.
Do you also respond to 911 calls to 1207 Lost Nation Road, apartment 206?
Yes, I did.
What information did you have as you are dispatched to that area?
While I was en route, the dispatcher advised that there was a male smoking dope, which was her words, and that he was tweaking out.
Based on your
Drugs, illegal drugs, could be marijuana, could be other items.
Is it a slang term?
Yes.
Okay, and same question, based on your training experience, what does,
Did I speak with them in person? No.
I'll ask a better question. Did you speak with the 911 callers as they were calling into the police department directly?
No.
What is radio traffic?
The dispatcher speaking into the radio that goes to the officers that are working at the time.
How many officers have access to the radio traffic?
Whoever is working at the time, and then anybody who would be listening to that radio channel, it could be other police departments.
Okay. So as you respond to the scene, do you have any further updates before you arrive?
The last update that I received prior to arriving was Patrolman Brown stating that there was a male with a gun and holding a female against her will.
Approximately what time did you arrive on scene?
It was about 5 example of?
Not- Um, in reference to the incident of 2024, June 20th, about what time did you receive a call to arrive to that 1207, apartment 206, Lost Nation?
The initial radio traffic was at about 2:45 a.m.
And again, you arrived approximately, or what time did you arrive?
Approximately 2:50 a.m.
Okay. Upon your arrival, from your perspective, could you give me your perception of what's happening as you approached the address that you were informed of?
So the information that I had via the radio traffic was that there was a male smoking dope, tweaking out, and there was a female inside apartment that was not being allowed to leave, and there was possibly a gun involved. When I arrived, there was a female outside the apartment main entrance door. She opened the door. I looked up the steps and saw you at the doorway to your apartment.
Referring to you, can you just say out loud who you're referring to? When you said you saw
A female?
Officer Brown and you, who are you referring to?
O'Shea Jordan.
Okay, thank you. So at this time, then, the steps, is that correct?
Correct.
And you know Officer Brown reaching into the apartment? Can you explain those details again? Once you were walking up the steps and you saw Mr. Officer Brown doing what?
Yes, Officer Brown was grabbing you with his left arm. You're in the doorway of your apartment. He has his gun in his right hand.
Okay. His gun is out of his holster?
Yes, in his right hand.
Then what sequence of events followed directly after that?
Then, like I had mentioned previously, that we were trying to detain you so that we can investigate this incident in a safe manner, knowing that there's a possibility of another gun involved. You resisted by not allowing
Let me
us.
stop you right there, please. When you say he had his gun in his hand, was this prior to the entrance or at the doorway or after the entrance? After the entrance.
Prior to entrance into your apartment, at the doorway.
So he had his hand on his gun,
He had his gun in his hand.
trying to drag me out.
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall Officer Brown it is, right?
Yes.
Are you guys partners? Do you like?
I'm his supervisor.
You're his supervisor.
Yes.
If you don't mind, let me just hold that thought there and let me ask a couple questions relative, but not directly to the incident in that moment of the incident. You're his supervisor. Is there as his supervisor, would you say that there's a camaraderie or brotherhood amongst the Willoughby, not just the Blue, but the Willoughby Police Department per se?
Are we friends? Yeah, sure, we're friends.
Would you consider you guys like a sorority type thing, like is there a feeling of obligation amongst each other?
Obligation for what?
For instance, if there was some misbehavior by I don't know how to say it, if you're the supervisor, he would be a subordinate. For instance, some misbehavior by a subordinate, would you feel obligated to, say, cover his tracks?
No, sir.
Okay. Then let's jump back to that moment where you witnessed him, or you stated you witnessed him with his hand on his gun, reaching into the apartment and trying to pull me out. You're coming up the stairs. Where is Miss Destiny Thomas in those moments?
She held the door open at the bottom of the steps to let me into the building. So
Okay.
she was at the bottom of the steps.
Okay. Had you known Miss Destiny Thomas prior to this incident?
No.
Okay. So how does the door get breached?
I wasn't there when the door was open, so I can't answer that.
No, I mean, after Mrs. Thomas opens the main lobby door for you, you walk up the stairs, you notice that your subordinate or Officer Brown has his hand on his pistol, reaching in, trying to pull me out. How does the door get breached, or you two, well, first let me ask, did you make entry with Mr. Officer Brown?
Yes.
Okay. So how does the door get breached? Who initiated the breach?
Officer Brown is trying to detain you by grabbing your left hand or left arm, and then I came up the steps to assist him, and we all went inside the apartment together as you resisted putting your hands behind your back.
Now, at what point did Mr. Brown say you're being detained?
I can't answer what Mr. Brown said.
What point did you say you were being detained?
I said, put your hands behind your back 3 times at least.
Was that outside of the apartment prior to your entrance, or once you made the entrance? As Mr. Officer Brown was trying to detain you, said?
Yes, once I made entrance.
So, do you recall anyone prior to making entrance stating that you were being detained?
No, I do not.
Okay. So once you make the entrance, describe, if you will, the exact detail of the events that occurred within that 3 or so. I don't want to put a time limit on you, but describe the instance that took place immediately after you made entrance.
It took about 2 minutes to get your hands behind your back. So initially when we came in, like I said, Officer Brown had your left arm. You pulled away. We all entered the apartment together. To try to control you better, we escorted you to the wall, which would be to the left of the entrance as you walk in next to the closet. Multiple attempts to get both of your hands behind your back with resistance from you. He was able to get one handcuff on you, I believe, at that time. And then eventually, after multiple commands from myself and Officer Brown, you were escorted to the ground to gain control of you better and be able to handcuff you behind your back.
Okay. And just to reconnect the dots, while this is going on, Mrs. Gunwell is where in the apartment?
She's by the door.
Is that
The
bedroom door or
entrance.
the main entrance door?
The main entrance door of your apartment from the hallway.
At any time when this perceived struggle from your perspective was happening, did Mrs. Gunwell roam freely throughout the home?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. Now, during this takedown, did you witness or hear Officer Brown? It is correct?
He was the officer with me, yes.
Did you witness him use force? And if so, what type of force was used?
The only force that was used was the attempt to get both of your hands behind your back, and then once you resisted, to escort you to the ground to better control your arms and your movements.
Okay. So what type of force was used? Just,
Hold on, he just.
yeah, I missed that.
He just stated that.
I was going to clarify. Just to clarify, you did say the force used was the takedown maneuver.
Yes.
Now, do you recall any words stated from either yourself or Mr. Officer Brown before or after their takedown in regards to racial slurs?
No.
Did you make any racial slurs that night?
No.
Can I refresh your memory of the words that were spoken that night during the takedown?
Objection.
Sustained.
So, during that takedown, after that takedown, what immediately happened?
After the takedown, we were able to get both of your hands eventually behind your back after a little bit more resistance, but compliance in the end.
Let me back up 1 second. Did you hear your partner say, "You fucking nigger," as he was choking and beating the defendant prior to slamming him to the ground?
No.
Can I have one moment to speak with my counsel? So Lieutenant Lampella, would you say that if I were to say that that is what was said and what happened during those events, would you say that that is, or could you say that that is the type of behavior that your subordinates usually conduct themselves in?
That did not happen, so no, that's not the way we conduct business.
You're saying that did not happen?
No, it did not happen.
1 second, Your Honor. Mr. Lampana, previously you stated that you were there during those crucial moments of the takedown and as well as partaking within the injury. Would it refresh your recollection if I play you the audio from the moments of the injury as well as the takedown and to being detained?
Well, I'm not gonna let you ask that question or proceed in that manner because there was nothing to indicate that you can proceed in that manner. So move on.
After the defendant was detained, how long did you and your subordinates remain on the scene?
So you were taken to the car at about 2:50, or I'm sorry, 2:54 a.m. And then we left the scene, you and I, to go back to the police department at 4:17 a.m. So a total of about an hour and 20 minutes.
Did you say 4:17 a.m.?
Yes.
Okay. During that time that I'm going to assume from 2:54, the defendant is sitting in the car, how many officers went back into the apartment and for what reasons?
The only officers that went back in your apartment were Lieutenant Crowley and I with you, and you were outside of the back of the car for approximately 4 minutes, inside the apartment for maybe 2 minutes.
At any point in time before the defendant was transported to Willoughby Police Department, was a search done prior to a warrant being served?
No.
At any point in time, did you yourself seek to find through radio traffic if there were a weapons on a disability on the defendant?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
Prior to the defendant being transported to the Willoughby police station, and the officers still on the scene, did you inquire on the defendant's ability to have a weapon?
I did not personally know.
Are you aware of any of your subordinates doing such?
Yes.
And whom was?
Patrolman Brown.
And for what reason would he have done that if there had not been a search?
There was a claim that you had a firearm in the apartment, and he wanted to check if you were under disability and not allowed to have a firearm.
So let me just ask you a few more questions before I get out of your way. In order for a search to be legal, can you describe those scenarios for me, or one scenario for me?
Objection.
Sustained.
Are you familiar with the regulation of illegal search or legal search?
Objection.
Sustained.
I think I asked you already, have you known Mrs. Thomas prior to this incident. What about Mrs. Dunwell?
No, I don't know her either.
Did she enter the apartment with you as I sat in the cruiser before I left at any moment in time?
No.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
Please, Your Honor, yes. Sergeant Lampola, did you review your complete dash camera video prior to testifying here today?
Yes.
And did that dash camera video contain audio?
So when I was reviewing it last night on my computer, it did not, but previously I'd heard the audio, yes.
Okay, and did it contain any racial slurs in that review?
No.
And did you review Patrolman Brown's dash camera video at all, or just your cruiser video?
I reviewed most of the videos of everyone that was there.
Did you hear any racial slurs in the videos that you did review?
No.
Was Miss Gunnell or Miss Thomas ever permitted back into the apartment that night?
No.
Did they remain in the line of sight and with will-be police officers outside the apartment building?
Yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Any recross?
Is it your testimony, just to clarify, you said that you reviewed your dash cam prior and you heard not the racial slur that was pronounced during the takedown or detainment or unannounced detainment or arrest?
I heard no racial slurs.
Have you ever heard your partner use those terms, fucking nigger, before?
No.
No further questions.
You may step down, thank you. Next witness?
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Detective Gabriel Slay.
Raise your right hand, please. You swear a testimony about to give us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth shall be guided. Have a seat.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Gabriel Slay, S-L-E-I-G-H.
Are you employed?
I am.
Where?
City of Willoughby Police Department,
In what capacity?
detective.
How long have you been a detective?
Just over 6 years.
Did you work in any positions prior to becoming a detective?
Yes, I was a deputy sheriff in Ashtabula County for 3 years, and then I was a patrolman with City of Willoughby for about eight years before becoming a detective.
Certified peace officer in the state of Ohio?
Yes,
So in its entirety, how long have you worked for the Willoughby Police Department?
going on 14 years.
What sort of training and education have you received that enables you to hold that position?
I received a high school diploma from Conneaut High School in 2004. I received a bachelor's degree in criminal justice from Kent State University in 2008. I graduated from Lakeland's Basic Police Academy in 2008. I've taken several hours of continuing education courses related to investigations throughout my career. In 2018, I was certified as a master criminal investigator through the state of Ohio.
What are your duties as a detective?
Typically, the patrol division responds to calls or gets called for service. And if there's any cases that require additional or more in-depth follow-ups, they'll call us, or they'll call us to a scene that needs like evidence processing or evidence collection, or interviewing witnesses.
During the course of your employment as a detective, have you had the occasion to investigate crimes pertaining to having weapons while under disability?
Yes.
What about possession of cocaine?
Yes.
What about soliciting?
Yes.
I want to direct your attention to this case. Were you involved in the investigation pertaining to the events that happened on June 20th of 2024 involving the defendant in this case?
Yes.
When did you become involved in that investigation?
I believe I became involved about 7 o'clock in the morning when I reported for duty, and I was briefed on the situation that happened a few hours prior to.
What were you primarily concerned with doing in regards to your investigation at that point?
I was asked to complete a search warrant and present it to a judge for the apartment.
What was the purpose of obtaining a search warrant?
The purpose is to basically get permission from a judge who has jurisdiction to search a certain thing, in this case, the apartment of Mr. Jordan's.
What evidence or items were you looking for in the apartment?
Based on the information that was given to us, we were looking for drugs, drug paraphernalia, a firearm, and a cell phone.
How did you determine what items to look for?
Based on the witnesses' statements that were given to the patrol officers who responded to the scene, they briefed me on what evidence they had at that point, and we were told that they responded for the disturbance. Mr. Jordan was smoking crack cocaine, was allegedly holding one woman against her will, and took her cell phone and was keeping it. Also that he had a firearm in his possession during their interactions.
Did you obtain a search warrant in this case?
I did.
Who did you obtain that search warrant from?
Judge Cornacchio from Willoughby Municipal Court.
Okay, and were you the affiant on that search warrant?
I was.
Which means you drafted the affidavit in order to obtain the search warrant?
Yes.
Approximately when did you obtain the search warrant?
I believe it was signed about 9:25 a.m. on the 20th.
After obtaining the search warrant, what did you do?
Responded to the apartment at 1207 Lost Nation, apartment 206.
Who did you respond to the apartment with?
Detective Burrington, Lieutenant Begovic, and Patrolman Bernakis.
When you arrived at the apartment, what did you do?
First thing that happened was the whole scene was photographed before anything was collected, before myself, Bernakis, and Burrington entered the apartment.
I'm briefly going to stop you, I'm sorry. How did you gain access to the defendant's apartment?
Sorry, so when we arrived at the apartment, there was basically an aftermarket doorknob put on it that was not consistent with the rest of the apartments. So we needed to use the key that Mr. Jordan had in his key ring that was in his possession to unlock it.
When you say in the defendant's possession, where was that key?
It was in his property in the jail.
And that would have been taken when the defendant was arrested?
Correct.
Did that key open the door?
Yes.
Once inside the apartment, did you conduct a sweep of the apartment to see if anyone else was present?
Yes.
Was anyone else present?
No.
Once inside the apartment, I think you had begun to stay at this point, were photographs taken?
Yes.
Who took those photographs?
Lieutenant Begovic.
What was the overall state of the apartment when you entered?
I guess it wasn't real neat. There was not a lot of furniture. There was like tools and car parts in the living room. The bedroom was just basically consisted of an air mattress and some other random things. There was another bedroom that just basically had a dresser in it.
At this point, did you and the other detectives on scene conduct a search for the items?
Yes, we did.
Did you locate anything?
Yes, I did.
What did you locate?
Myself personally, I located a firearm under the air mattress in the bedroom. Also located a cell phone that was consistent with what the complainant in this case said was taken from her. Also some pieces of, it's crack cocaine. It's like small little pieces of rock, basically, is what it looks like.
Based on your training and experience as a detective, having investigated crimes pertaining to possession of cocaine, did you believe that was suspected cocaine that you had located?
I did, and also with what the witnesses that were in the apartment earlier that morning told us, also confirmed what we believed it was.
Your Honor, may I publish State's Exhibit 9 at this time?
Yes.
I'm showing here up on the screen what's been previously admitted as State's Exhibit 9. Do you have that laser pointer in front of you, Detective?
Yes.
If you point that at the screen, a red dot should appear up there.
Oh, there it is.
Using that laser pointer, can you identify which bedroom you believed belonged to the defendant?
This one I'm circling right here.
And for purposes of the record, you're circling bedroom number 1.
Correct.
Why did you believe this was the defendant's bedroom?
It was the only room with a mattress, and there was clothes and whatnot, and this one looks like it was lived in.
Was there any mattress or clothing in bedroom number 2?
No.
And I'm going to publish at this time State's Exhibit 10C. Do you see State's Exhibit 10C displayed up on the screen?
Yes,
Do you recognize this photo?
I do.
Does this photo accurately depict how the defendant's bedroom appeared on June 20th of 2024?
Yeah, generally that's what it looked like. There's less belongings and less property in there but the overall layout, that's where the mattress was. That's where like the headboard that's above the mattress was.
Using the laser pointer, can you please point to approximately where the firearm you located was in this photo?
It was towards the foot of the bed, just in this general area right here underneath the mattress.
And for the record, you're pointing to the bottom left-hand side of the air mattress in State's Exhibit 10C. You also testified that you recovered a cell phone. Where was the cell phone recovered?
The cell phone was right next to the gun, so in the same area to the left foot of the bed.
And when you say to the foot of the bed, did you have to move anything around to locate these items, or were you able to clearly see them?
I had to lift the mattress up.
So when you first walked into the room, you would be unable to see them without having to move something around.
Correct.
You also testified that you recovered suspected crack cocaine, is that correct?
That's correct.
Where was that located?
So this is, the laser's not working. So above the bed, it's kind of like a headboard, but it's like a shelf right above like where your head would be if you were laying on the bed. On the left side of that, there was like the rocks and crumbs scattered about.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yep.
I'm going to hand you what has previously been marked as State's Exhibit 17. Do you recognize that item?
Can I pull it out?
Just by the contents of the package?
Yes.
What sort of information is on the exterior of that package?
The case number, the date, the location it was found, the officer who packaged it, and at the top says cell phone, which is an item description, and an evidence number.
What does the exterior envelope indicate is inside that envelope?
Cell phone.
Just generally in regards to evidence collection, can you please describe the process by which the evidence was collected in this case?
Yeah, typically, in this case, for instance, we would put rubber gloves on, and when we're searching, when we'd find an item that we believed was evidence, we would photograph it in the state it was found, then we'd collect it and put it into packaging. Then it's brought back to the police department where it's sealed and entered into the evidence.
when you are collecting evidence, are you wearing gloves?
Yes.
Who packaged the evidence in this case?
Lieutenant Beck.
If you could please remove the contents from State's Exhibit 17. Do you recognize the contents of State's Exhibit 17?
I do.
What is it?
This is Ms. Gannell's cell phone that we found in Mr. Jordan's apartment.
How do you know that that's Miss Gannell's cell phone?
She described it as having a blue sparkly case. And this is what we located it was on the phone when we found it.
Is that cell phone in substantially the same condition as when you collected it in the early morning hours of June 20th of 2024?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit State's Exhibit 17.
The objection? Any objection?
No objection.
It's admitted.
I'm showing you what has been previously marked as State's Exhibit 11. If you would mind, I'll put that back in the package. Do you recognize what's contained in State's Exhibit 11?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a firearm that was collected from Mr. O'Shea Jordan's apartment.
And how do you recognize that from the exterior of the packaging?
Based on the case number, the item number, and it says unloaded ghost gun and 9mm ammo.
Do you have scissors in front of you, Detective?
No.
Sorry. If you could please open State's Exhibit 11 at this time. what is contained inside State's Exhibit 11?
This is the firearm, magazine, and ammunition that we located under the air mattress.
What type of firearm is this?
Well, it looks like a Glock, but it actually, it's considered a ghost gun. It's assembled from parts you can purchase off the internet. So there's not really a manufacturer, but it's a 9mm, and it's based off a Glock 9mm handgun.
And if you could just please hold that up and display it to the jury. I don't need you to remove it from the box. Was that firearm loaded when you recovered it?
It was.
And when I say loaded, when you say loaded, what do you mean?
There was a magazine with bullets in it.
Was there an actual round in the chamber of the firearm?
There was not one in the chamber.
And if you could explain what that means to the jury.
So this right here is the magazine. That's where the bullets go. So once you load that up, you can put it in the gun, and there's none in the chamber. When you put one in the chamber, you have to rack this slide back, and that puts it in the chamber, and it's ready to fire. So if there's not a bullet in the chamber, the gun cannot fire. So it was in a state that in order to fire, you would have to rack it, and then it's ready to go.
Is the firearm contained in State's Exhibit 11, magazine and ammunition, in the substantially same condition as when you recovered it that morning?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move to admit State's Exhibit 11.
Any objection to 11?
No objection.
It's admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm showing you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 15. Do you recognize that item?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
Based on the case number, the property number, and the description, which is suspected crack cocaine. And there's a location where it was found as well.
Okay, and if you could please open State's Exhibit 15 at this time. Do you recognize the contents of State's Exhibit 15?
I do.
What is inside?
Crack cocaine.
Is that the crack cocaine you located in the defendant's apartment?
Yes.
And is that in substantially the same condition as when you located it on June 20th of 2024?
Yes.
Okay. And I see here you displayed that up to the jury. It was in a small plastic baggie. Was it in a plastic baggie when you found it?
No, it was just loose sitting on the headboard shelf.
How did you collect it if it was loose?
We would basically, with rubber gloves on, push it into an envelope similar to this.
Your Honor, I'd move to admit State's Exhibit 15 at this time.
Any objection to 15?
No objection.
It's admitted.
You can place that back in the packaging, Detective. Thank you. The evidence that you located in this case, the firearm, cell phone, and suspected cocaine, was all of that submitted to the Lake County Crime Laboratory for testing?
The cell phone was not.
I'm sorry. Thank you. The firearm and the suspected cocaine was submitted to the Lake County Crime Lab?
Yes.
Detective, I just briefly want to talk to you about mega personals. We have heard some testimony in regards to List Crawler, mega personals. Are you familiar with those sites?
I am.
What are they?
So, yeah, there's List Crawler, Mega Personals, Escort Alligator. These are all essentially the same thing. They are basically advertised as places where you can put a personal classified ad. In my experience working prostitution cases, human trafficking cases, They are primarily used for prostitutes to advertise their services. So someone who wants to be a member signs up for an account, and then from my experience, what I've seen, there'll be pictures of the prostitute, usually nude, the location that they're working in, Cleveland, Willoughby, Lake County will be listed, a phone number to contact them, and then usually a list of services that they're providing, whether it's oral sex, regular sex, what they're not doing, and prices for those services.
No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Cross-examination?
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down. Thank you. Next witness?
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Patrolman Bill Bernakis.
You raise your right hand, please. Swear testimony about gives the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Have a seat.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please state your first and last name?
William Bernakis,
How do you spell your last name?
B as in boy, E-R-N-A-K-I-S.
Where are you currently employed?
The Willoughby Police Department
In what capacity?
as a patrolman.
What are your general job duties as a patrol officer?
Patrolling the city, responding to calls, taking reports.
I'm going to draw your attention to June 20th, 2024. Were you assigned temporarily to the Detective Bureau?
Yes, I was.
For what reason?
I was on light duty, recovering from a knee surgery.
Okay. And what was your role that you played on June 20th assisting the Detective Bureau in this case?
I assisted with the search warrant and the search of the apartment.
Going to pull up State Exhibit 2C. Were you involved in obtaining the search warrant at all?
I was not.
Did you respond with the rest of the Detective Bureau to apartment 206?
Yes, I did.
And what do you remember, up on the screen looking at State's Exhibit 2C, what do you remember being different about the apartment door that night?
There was a different doorknob on there with a different lock.
Okay. And how did you make entrance into the apartment?
We used the keys that we got out of Mr. Jordan's property to enter through his personal lock.
And then what was your role
Hold on a second. Can you get a little closer to that mic?
Yes.
Steve? All right.
What was your role in conducting the search warrant that night?
I began searching in the bedroom with Detective Slay.
Going to pull up what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 9. Do you see State's Exhibit number 9?
Yes, I do.
Which bedroom were you tasked with searching?
It was the very first bedroom after you come in the front door, just adjacent of the kitchen,
Okay, so
directly
bedroom,
across from the kitchen.
so
Bedroom number one.
Okay. Number one. Did you search anywhere else in this apartment that day?
Also in the kitchen.
And what did you find in the kitchen?
The kitchen, we found one loose 9mm bullet. It was on a shelf above the sink.
And what does 9mm indicate? What does that mean?
The caliber of the weapon.
Your Honor, my approach? Handing you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 12. I'll ask you to wear the glove and open this.
Okay.
And what is State's Exhibit 12?
Pardon me?
What is State's Exhibit 12?
It says it's a 9mm bullet located on a kitchen ledge.
Okay. And I'll have you open it and take a look inside. Is that bullet in the same or substantially same condition as when you located it?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I move to admit State's Exhibit 12 at this time.
Any objection to 12?
No objection.
It's admitted.
Could you hold up and display what you are holding in your hand? And using the pointer up there, the top button, could you point to exactly where in State's Exhibit number 9 you located it?
Right about there, above the sink on a shelf.
Okay, and you were indicating and hovering over the kitchen area?
Yes.
On the right side or left side of the kitchen?
If you're going in from across the bedroom, it'll be on the left side of the kitchen, on the east side of the apartment.
Okay. In addition to locating that, what specifically did you find in bedroom number 1?
We entered bedroom number 1 and I began searching the closet area over in here. And in this corner, the northeast corner, there was a blue men's Reebok shoe with a handgun magazine in it, a 9mm handgun magazine
And
that was loaded with ammunition.
did you collect that?
Yes, we did.
Handing you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit number 16. Do you recognize that piece of evidence?
Yes, I do.
I'll have you open it and take a look at what's contained inside. What is that?
It is the 9mm handgun magazine that was located in the closet.
Is that in the same or substantially same condition as when you located it in the closet?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I move to admit State's Exhibit number 16.
Any objection to 16?
No objection.
It's admitted.
Can you tell by looking at it how many bullets are in that magazine?
One.
And how can you tell that?
The little window on the side here shows the bullet, and it says 21, so it shows, and there's different tallies going up, counting how many rounds are in the magazine.
Thank you. you with marked as State's Exhibit number 14. Take a look at that item. Let me know if you recognize it.
Yes, it is. It's the crack pipe we collected from the apartment.
And where specifically did you find the pipe?
The pipe was located in the first bedroom, under the mattress, right there on the floor.
Okay, so I'll have you double click that top button again to get a red laser. You see the red laser on the screen?
Came up and gone. Right up there. Hold it.
Okay. Could you indicate where you found the pipe on State's Exhibit 9?
Just the hair up from where that little X is right now. It was on in the corner of the bedroom by the door, in the corner of under the mattress.
Okay, so when we're looking at State's Exhibit 9, on the right side of the mattress or the left side of the mattress?
If you went from like the bottom being where the legend is, it would be on the left side of the mattress. The southeast corner is where it was located.
Okay, so under the letter B in bedroom number 1?
No, next to the letter A.
Next to the letter
Yes.
A.
Can you see where the little, like the clicker just lit up? It's not staying on, but
Okay.
you kind of see an X there. That's not brightening. Right there.
Right here?
Yes, right in this area, in this corner of the bed right here.
Okay. All right, I'll have you open that exhibit that. Okay, what are you holding in State's Exhibit number 14?
It is a glass pipe that is burned. It's commonly used for smoking coke.
How do you know that it's burnt?
I can see burn marks on the end, and it looks like right there also.
What color is the burnt area? Can you hold it up to the DC?
It's a brown, black.
Okay.
See that?
You use the term chore boy. What does that mean?
It's like a cleaning product. It's almost like a Brillo pad.
And how is that utilized?
It's utilized as a filter within the pipe. Stuff down there, use a filter.
When you located that pipe, was it in a plastic baggie?
It was not.
You placed it in a plastic baggie?
Yes, this was placed in the plastic bag. This was placed in the crime lab. It's got the crime lab markers on there.
Did you wear gloves to collect the evidence that you just testified about?
Yes, I did.
All right. I don't know if I move to admit State's Exhibit 14 at this time.
Any objection to 14?
Objection.
The objection is overruled, it's admitted.
After the evidence was secured at the apartment, was it then transported back to the Willoughby Police Department?
Yes, it was.
Did it remain there until being submitted to the Lake County Crime Laboratory?
Yes, it did.
I have one moment, Your Honor. And no further questions.
Cross-examination?
No questions.
You may step down, thank you.
Thank you.
Next witness? Raise your right hand, please. You swear to testify about to give us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Can you please state your first and last name?
David Burrington,
How do you spell your last
R-I-N-G-T-Y,
Where are you currently employed?
the Willoughby Police Department.
What is your current job title?
I'm a detective in the detective bureau,
How long have you been assigned to the Detective Bureau?
coming up at 9 Prior to that was canine, worked with the dog road.
Okay, so you had a canine partner?
Yes,
Okay. Is that with the Willoughby Police Department?
yes it was.
Prior to Willoughby, were you employed with any other police agencies?
The Lake County Sheriff's Department for 3 years, 2 months.
Were you employed as a patrol or deputy at that? As part of your job duties, did you assist with a search on June 20th, 2024, 1207 Lost Nation Road, apartment 206,
Yes,
in Willoughby, Lake County, Ohio?
yes.
What was your role that night in the search warrant?
There was myself, Detective Lieutenant Bagovic, Detective Slade, and Patrolman Bernakis was assisting us because he was on light duty. We had a search warrant to search for a cell phone, drugs, and a gun.
I'm going to direct your attention to the screen states Exhibit 9. What area of the apartment did you search?
So basically, we all Lieutenant Bagovic did photos ahead of time. Once the photos were all taken, prior to moving anything, we went in and searched. We checked the living room area, and then myself and Lieutenant Bagovic went into the kitchen area.
What did you locate in the kitchen area?
Above the dishwasher on the second shelf was a small bag of marijuana.
And did you collect that marijuana and bring it back to the police department?
Yes, we did.
And did you locate any other additional items that night?
Detective Slay and Patrolman Bernakis had found a gun underneath the mattress. I went into that room, and there was some what appeared to be powdered drugs. It was on a shelf, like above the bed, not necessarily a headboard, but like a shelf. And next to that, a little bit down to the left, was a couple boxes of 9mm shell casings and bullets.
Going to hand you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit number 13. Do you recognize State's Exhibit number 13?
I do.
Okay, just generally, what is it?
And that is the name brand is Max Tech 9mm Luger bullets. That's what was located above the beds, the air mattress in the bedroom on the shelf.
How many boxes are in State's Exhibit 13?
3.
And I'll have you open it and take a look inside at the 3 boxes.
I feel like OJ with gloves, sorry. This is basically a 9mm round. It's like a brass shell and the round nose for
Go ahead.
a 9mm handgun.
Are they all the same ammunition?
Yeah, let me just double check, make sure. boxes are full. The last box here is a partial box, as you can see. The other ones are completely full.
Are those in the same or substantially same condition as when they were located and collected June 20th?
Yes.
I've moved to admit State's Exhibit 13 at this time.
Any objection to 13?
Objection.
All right, it's submitted. Objections overruled.
After completing the search warrant at apartment 206, did you then obtain an additional search warrant?
I did, per our phone conversation on the 27th of September, you and I talked, and we decided that we needed to secure a DNA search warrant along with a search warrant for fingerprints. That was secured through the judge across the hall, Vincent Collada, and that was obtained on October 3rd.
And that was for a DNA swab and fingerprints of the defendant, Mr. O'Shea Jordan?
Yes.
Okay. And did you collect those items on that same day?
Yes. Well, no, we actually got the search warrant on October 2nd from the judge. We actually did the search warrant on October 3rd at about 1:30 in the afternoon.
And that was you and who else present?
Detective Slade, Detective Roz, and we had two Painesville City female officers that were with us at the apartment.
And did you in fact collect a cheek swab and the fingerprints from the defendant, Mr. O'Shea Jordan?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see him sitting in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Could you please point him and describe what he is wearing?
Black male, balding hair, glasses, brown and tan shirt, sitting next to his co-counsel.
The record reflect the witness identified the defendant?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I have one moment?
Yep.
When you obtained this evidence, do you record it in any manner?
I did.
How do you record it?
It we have several days recording. One that we normally use most is it's a base key file is what it looks like.
Forensic analyst.
I test physical evidence for the presence of controlled substances.
What is the Lake County Crime Laboratory?
The Lake County Crime Laboratory provides forensic testing for law enforcement agencies in Lake County.
What types of disciplines are housed at the Lake County Crime Lab?
The Lake County Crime Laboratory conducts testing in DNA, firearms, fingerprints, trace evidence, neurochemistry, and toxicology.
You are sent to the drug chemistry unit.
That is correct.
How long have you worked at the Lake County Crime Lab?
I've worked at the Lake County Crime Lab for approximately 1 year and 5 months.
Prior to being inside the lab, what else were you employed and what were your job duties there?
From 2014 until 2016, I was employed as a scientist at the Allegheny County Medical Examiner's Office, which is located in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And I tested physical evidence for the presence of controlled substances. Then from 2016 until 2021, I worked at the Cuyahoga County Medical Examiner's Office as a forensic scientist. And I also tested physical evidence for the presence of controlled substances. From 2021 to 2022, 2002, I was a consumer safety officer with the United States Food and Drug Administration, where I conducted regular inspections of medical device manufacturers. And then from 2022 to 2023, I was employed as a wastewater analyst at the Northeast Ohio Regional Sewer District, where I tested wastewater and surface water for regulatory compliance. And as I mentioned, from 2023 until present, I've been employed at the Lake County Crime Laboratory.
What type of educational qualifications do you have for your position currently at the Lake County Crime Lab?
I have a Bachelor of Science degree in chemistry from Cleveland State University, and when I joined the Allegheny County Medical Examiner's Office in 2014, I completed approximately 6 months of on-the-job training, which consisted of training in the area of drug chemistry and identification of controlled substances. When I joined the Lake County Crime Laboratory, I completed approximately an additional 1 month of training in order to learn the policies and procedures that were in place at the lab.
In addition to that in-house training at both facilities, do you regularly conduct and attend ongoing training?
Yes, we are encouraged to seek out and attend education opportunities. For example, several months ago, I attended a several-day seminar and attended numerous workshops in the area of drug chemistry.
Do you solely focus on drug chemistry at the Lake County Crime Lab?
Yes, I do.
Is the crime lab accredited?
Yes, the crime laboratory is accredited.
What does that mean?
The crime laboratory is accredited by ANAB, which stands for the ANSI National Accreditation Board. ANSI stands for the American National Standards Institute. And this is a voluntary process that the laboratory has gone through, which demonstrates that the laboratory meets hundreds of internationally recognized laboratory standards. And these standards range from report writing and record keeping to how we maintain our laboratory instrumentation and equipment. And this allows the agencies that we serve to have confidence in the results that the laboratory produces.
And when you conducted your testing in this matter, was the lab accredited by that body you just described?
Yes, it was.
What is the process when a law enforcement agency submits evidence to the crime lab testing?
An agency submits evidence to the crime laboratory. They'll bring the pieces of evidence that are associated with a particular case, as well as an evidence submission form. And the evidence submission form identifies all of the pieces of evidence that the agency is bringing and what sorts of tests they would like conducted on those pieces of evidence. Then one of our laboratory technicians at the laboratory, or evidence technicians at the laboratory, will log those pieces of evidence into our laboratory information management system. And this system houses the information and data associated with each case that comes into the laboratory. And after they log the case into the LIM system for short, it creates a unique case number that is associated with all the pieces of evidence that are associated with a particular case. And each of those items in the case will receive a unique barcode, which will identify the number, as well as the case number for each of those particular pieces of evidence. Once each of the pieces of evidence is appropriately labeled and logged into the LIM system, it is taken to the secured and locked evidence storage room, and then inside of the evidence storage room, there's a locked cage, and that is where that evidence will remain until it is ready to be tested.
Was evidence submitted in the manner that you just described?
Yes, it was.
When the evidence was submitted by the Bellevue Police Department here, what was your first step in this testing process?
When I am ready to begin testing pieces of evidence, I will retrieve the evidence from the locked evidence storage room and from inside the locked evidence cage. And I will transfer the evidence to my custody through the use of the barcodes that are on the pieces of evidence. And then, I'm sorry.
Go ahead. What happens after that?
Okay. So generally, after I transfer the evidence into my custody, I will examine the piece of evidence to ensure that it is properly sealed and that the seals are still intact on this piece of evidence. And then conduct testing.
After you open the evidence, what is your next step?
If if the evidence that is contained within material, I will first weigh that substance free of any of its packaging. So I will remove any of the containers or plastic bags that it may be held in, and I will obtain what is called a net weight. After the evidence has been weighed, I will move on to the first step in testing, which is the use of a laboratory instrument called Fourier transfer. It utilizes infrared radiation, and it directs it at the sample in question, and it causes the molecules in the sample to vibrate, and these vibrations that the molecules undergo is vibrations in a spectrum, and I'm able to compare the spectrum that an unknown case sample provides and a spectrum of a known substance, FTIR. I will move into the second step of testing, which is through the use of another analytical piece of equipment, GCMS for short, and the GC portion of the instrument separates samples that we receive at the lab that are not individual components, and then the mass spectrometry portion of the instrument, or the MS portion, identifies what each of those individual components is by breaking the molecules that comprise each of the identity of those substances. And again, just like in FTIR, I'm able to compare an unknown spectrum that is produced to a known spectrum from a drug standard that we have. I've collected all of my data from these two processes. I will compile a laboratory report of findings, and which document my conclusions, and then I will get submitted.
How does your testing differ if you do not have a quantifiable substance?
Which is an unweighable amount of substance that exists on the surface of an object, which cannot be removed and therefore cannot be weighed. I will proceed with the second step.
Testing, how do you memorialize your findings?
I will memorialize my findings in a laboratory report.
And just generally, what information is contained in that?
As well as a weight, if there is a weight for a substance, and if a controlled substance was detected in that substance.
And do you complete a report
in our laboratory information management system, which is a digital copy?
Is it the regular practice to keep and maintain these types of records after you complete your testing?
Yes.
Exhibit number 18. Do you see that displayed on your screen?
Yes, I do.
Okay, just generally, what is that report?
This is a copy of the laboratory report. Identified. It has the date in which the request was made to the laboratory. Contains a description of the evidence, the results of the evidence that I tested.
It states exhibits 14 and 15. Do you see those items?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and do you recognize those exhibits, states exhibit 14 and 15?
That are placed on the evidence. They identify the Lake County Crime Laboratory name as well as the submitting agency and the items and my initials appear on the date in which I opened the piece of evidence.
I'm going to ask you to apply some gloves and remove the item in State's Exhibit number 14.
With our laboratory's barcode on attached to the bag that identifies our laboratory name, the submitting agency. My initials appear on the barcode.
To obtain a quantifiable weight from your testing and analysis.
I was not.
So what did you do to perform your testing for Exhibit 14?
In this case, this piece of evidence contains residue inside of the glass cylinder. And in order to test a piece of evidence like this, I will use a cotton swab, which is dipped in an organic solvent. I will proceed with testing by gas chromatography mass spectrometry, or GCMS.
And what were your results for the presence of a controlled substance on that exhibit? And I'll have you grab State's Exhibit number 15. What are you holding there?
The agency name, the item number, as well as my initials. And inside that bag, there are pieces of a white solid substance.
Did you weigh that substance without any of the plastic bags present?
Yes, I did.
What weight were you able to obtain of the white substance?
I was able to obtain a weight of 0.11 grams.
And
The white substance contained in Exhibit 15 was cocaine.
what are drug schedules?
The state of Ohio, on their accepted medical use and their potential for abuse and dependency.
What schedule is cocaine?
Cocaine is a Schedule II controlled substance.
And you said it was 0.11 grams?
That is correct.
Okay, so less than 5 grams.
Yes,
And have you testified before in court?
I have.
In which courts?
I've testified in Common Police Court in Allegheny County. I've testified in court in Northern Ohio and Common Police Court in Richland County.
And has your testimony been accepted as expert testimony before?
Yes, it has.
Did you conduct any other testing of any pieces of evidence in the drug chemistry section?
Yes.
After you completed your testing, were these items then transferred to a different
not sure what testing occurred after I have tested these pieces of evidence.
Can you refresh my memory of your name, please?
Brian Morosin.
Well, let's say, are you familiar with items number 3, 4, and 7?
I am familiar with items 3 and 4 only.
So you are not familiar with item or bin number 7?
5
Dated 6/21/24. Dated, I take that back. Dated 10/4/24. And in the results. First, is this your particular result of the test?
I do not have I do not issue a report from substances.
Okay. So you would not be familiar with the results of this?
I'm only familiar with the testing that I conducted, which would be to determine whether controlled substances were present.
Okay. Here I have a result list where it indicated item 3, which would be 9 millimeter bullets, as well as, but you said you were only familiar with 5, right?
I'm familiar with items 4 and 5 only.
4 and 5. So when an item is not open or examined due to the process?
No, that is not something that I'm involved with.
Okay. Okay, thank you for your time.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down. Thank you. Next.
AORDAN, and then EDGELL. Just gonna ask you to move a little bit closer to the microphone and keep your voice up, please.
Okay.
laboratory where I perform testing on evidence as it pertains to criminal activity or potential criminal activity.
What specific disciplines do you reference?
Correct.
And what type of education do you have to qualify you for this position?
I have a bachelor's of applied science and forensic science from Youngstown State University. And I also have a master's of forensic science in friction ridge analysis from George Washington University in Washington, D.C. So I was employed by the Department of Public Safety for the state of Iowa in their crime laboratory. That's their state crime lab. And I worked there for about 2 years. And then also for firearms, I completed the National Firearms Academy, which is sponsored by the ATF. And it's about a 9-month school where it's intensive research heavy and on-site hands-on training with world-class instructors that come in and tell us about different, the way manufacturers make firearms and ammunition, and we did a research project, and essentially it equates to an accelerated master. A member of the International Association for Identification, as well as a member of AFTI, which is the Association of Firearm and Toolmark Examiners.
And have you testified before?
Yes, I have.
How often and in what courts?
I've testified 2 times in the Common Pleas Court, so here.
Based on your training and experience, did you examine a firearm in this matter?
Yes, I did.
Can you explain generally how this firearm?
I have a pair here. Sure that this firearm is safe.
What does that mean?
So what I'm looking for here is that it is open, it doesn't appear loaded. In this case, there's no ammunition inside the chamber. It's all safe. So, in the way that this firearm works, take some of these. We insert it into the magazine here, and the slide would be back to the chamber, and the slide are closed. I would deposit the ignition of the powder inside the cartridge, expand the live pressure, forcing the bullet out of the muzzle end of the firearm, which is this part here. I would also force the slide to turn backwards to the decision, which will extract and eject the cartridge remaining if the case remains in the chamber. And then as in the magazine, and we return it to battery, and the process can start again on the pull trigger.
And exhibit number 11, the firearm appears to be 2 different colors. Do you know why that is?
That's a manufacturer decision that can be made. In this case, it has a frame that was manufactured by one company, and the slide and the barrel manufactured by a different.
Upon inspection of that firearm, is there a serial number?
No, there's not a serial number.
Do you know why that is?
Serial numbers have to called in like culture, like a ghost gun, or an 80% finished gun. So those kits are available for purchase, and those do not have to be serialized because they're not firearms until.
I'm gonna have you open State's Exhibit 11 and point to the part that you were referring to, which part is the frame?
Absolutely. So this part down here, this green part here, this is the frame. This is what has to be serialized. Is this part, which is the small part here that you can kind of barely see here. So that completes the entire firearm for this one.
Are you involved in any investigation or track? When you first complete your firearm analysis, what is the first step that you do?
So whenever I receive a request for processing of a firearm, I would retrieve the firearm from our locked location. It's behind a cage, and we have to put a code in. I retrieve it, and I scan it into my possession using the barcode. That barcode is specific. Again, I would check to make sure upon receipt that it is a safe firearm. So I'm going to do that same check to make sure it is unloaded and is empty and appears to be all in the condition that I would expect it to do. Open it up and then do some, because usually it's secured to the bottom of the box. I would remove those securings, and I would take and start doing some bench testing. The bench testing is going to be for how many lands and grooves it has, if it appears to be functioning based on some bench testing, including like a pencil test and a drop test and some cycling tests. What any sort of ammunition involved in it at that time. So for example, a pencil test, what we would do is we would take a pencil that has an eraser at the bottom, put that in down the barrel of the firearm, and then we would pull the trigger and see if it moves the pencil. If the pencil moves on the pull of the trigger, that means that the firing pin has been released, and that I would expect it to function with live ammunition. Use a small hammer to hit it on all the sides of the firearm. This is just to gently show that any sort of knocks won't knock it, cause the full load magazine, insert into the metal, and cycle it to see if there are any issues with extraction or ejection of the rounds. That's all completed without any live ammunition present. So we have specific rounds that are inert and just are the same shape of the cartridge.
And were those testing completed on this State's Exhibit number 11?
Yes, they were.
Okay. And after you complete that testing, what else?
Laboratory, which allows us to fire rounds of ammunition through the firearms. So that's done in either our water tank, which is our bullet recovery system, utilizing a tank full of water that's agitated, or we have an option to do it in a cotton box, which is going to be, we're shooting into a box full of cotton and able to recover those projectiles safely. Policy, if the firearm is submitted with ammunition, we'll use one of the ammunition that was submitted, one piece of ammunition that was submitted, and we'll also use two of our own laboratory ammunition. So I took a total of 3 test fires, one utilizing the ammunition that was submitted, and then 2 rounds of our laboratory ammunition.
And did the gun fire?
It did.
Would you classify this firearm as operable?
Upon the first test fire, it got hung up on the way that the barrel and the slide interact. It's not perfect, and it kind of.
And after you complete your testing, do you memorialize your findings into a report?
Yes, I do.
Okay, I'm going to show you on your screen what's been marked.
This is a copy of my firearms report in this case.
Okay, and does it memorialize your findings that States Exhibit 11 is an operable firearm?
Yes, it does.
What does that mean? And can you hold up States Exhibit 11 and
So on this firearm, you can see that there's some textured areas on the grip and in the front of the grip as well, and there's some texture on different parts of this firearm. The firearms themselves, I have to transfer it to the DNA section just to maintain some safety and to make sure that the firearm is handled as least as possible. So in this case, I used a one-sided Q-tip. I put a single drop of deionized on the trigger, on the slide lock here, on the other side, and the takedown levers, which are here. I also did this magazine as well, where I did labeled it as the spot of the firearm.
And then that would be transferred to the DNA section?
Yes.
Okay. And in States Exhibit 11, the firearm, was that capable of expelling a projectile?
Detonation of the primer that was on that cartridge, as well as the powder that's found inside of the cartridge.
Fingerprint testing in this case.
Yes, I did.
What is the process that you undertake when you analyze items for the presence of fingerprints?
Section. And I would open up the items and document the location in which I receive them from a photograph, and then I would proceed to do a visual exam. This visual exam typically includes me looking at it with a flashlight at an oblique or a flat angle, and then looking it over to see if I observe any ridge detail that's present. After that, I would break into separate processes depending on the surface type. In this case, it is we have outlined for our non-porous. That's something that most people are familiar with from CSI. We do a combination of super glue and some powder. So when you've seen that, we're doing the same type of process.
As it relates to fingerprints in the process that you would go through?
So I would do the chemical processing that I just described to you, a physical process with the powder. Then I would observe and see if there are any ridge detail that is present. And then after if there was ridge detail present, I would photograph and catalog and describe the ridge detail that's present and potentially move on to a comparison. If there are no ridge detail present and there's no latent prints present, then I would write a report that reflected that.
Okay. And did you analyze States Exhibit 11, the firearm, for the presence of any fingerprints?
Yes, I processed both the firearm and the magazine for fingerprints.
Okay. And what were your findings as to the presence of any fingerprints on the firearm and magazine?
There were no fingerprints on either the firearm or the magazine that were suitable for comparison.
So did that complete your testing?
For this exhibit, yes.
Okay. And does that mean that a person did not touch the item?
No, firearms are typically not a great surface for fingerprints. There's a lot of textured areas, there's a lot of areas that are subject to heat and pressure, and that's not really conducive for the latent print to stay on that surface. So typically I wouldn't expect there to be fingerprints on there. Sometimes there are, and that's why we look, but most of the time the surface is not conducive.
And did you analyze any other pieces of evidence for the presence of any latent prints?
Yes, I did.
And what was that item?
That was our item 4, which is a glass smoking device, I believe.
Okay. And State's Exhibit number 14, do you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
Is that the glass pipe that you analyzed for the presence of any fingerprints?
Yes, it is.
And what were your findings as to State's Exhibit number 14?
There were no latent prints of value on them.
So did that complete your analysis as to any fingerprint testing on this item?
Yes.
After you complete your testing, do you memorialize your findings into a report?
Yes, I do.
Displaying what has been previously marked as State's Exhibit number 19 for you. Do you see State's Exhibit 19?
Yes, I do.
And what is State's Exhibit 19?
This is the report that I wrote for the fingerprint examination that I performed.
Okay. And were a copy of the defendant, Mr. Jordan's prints submitted to you?
Yes, they were.
And did you utilize those prints at all?
No, I did not.
Why not?
I didn't develop any latent prints that were of value for comparison, so I did not open his fingerprints or utilize them or look at them.
Based on the surface of the pipe in State's Exhibit number 14, is it your experience to often find fingerprints or not find fingerprints?
So that kind of glass pipe is another surface that is a non-porous surface. So that's something where the fingerprint's going to be on the top and not absorbed into the surface. If it is put into any environmental conditions like heat or getting into a pocket, in and out of a pocket, or being utilized in a way that could potentially remove the latent print from the surface, then I wouldn't find any. So this is very similar to the types of fingerprints that you see on your phone screen. You have a glass phone screen typically on your smartphone, and if you rub those away, they kind of disappear really easily. That's a very similar surface to what a glass pipe is as well. So if there was any sort of
2019.
What sort of education have you received in order for you to hold that position?
I have a Bachelor's of Science in Applied Forensic Science with a concentration in criminalistics and forensic biology from Mercer University, which is in Erie, Pennsylvania, as well as when I was hired at the Lake County Crime Laboratory, I went through a very structured training program that included the reading of DNA materials, the observation of the analysts in the section, hands-on practice on non-casework samples, and before any kind of involvement in casework, I was required to pass both written and practical written examinations.
Have you had any other prior work experience as a lab tech or forensic technician?
Yes. Before working at the Lake County Crime Laboratory, I worked for the city of Painesville as an assistant laboratory technician at the water treatment plant.
What are your duties as a forensic technician?
I perform the examination of evidence items and put our evidence samples through the DNA testing process while underneath the direction of the DNA analyst in the section.
During the course of your employment at the Lake County Crime Lab, approximately how many samples have you tested?
Easily hundreds.
Now, we've already heard testimony about the accredited Lake County Crime Laboratory. But what is the primary function of the DNA section?
The primary function of the DNA section is to examine evidence items for biological sources of DNA and to put our samples through the DNA testing process to develop a usable genetic data to later be compared to known reference samples.
Are there different positions within the DNA section?
There are, yes.
What are the different positions?
There is the DNA technician, there's a DNA analyst, a DNA supervisor, and then a DNA technical manager.
What is the difference between a technician and an analyst?
The analyst is able to perform all the duties of the technician. In addition, they are able to do the data interpretation, statistical analysis, and the writing of reports. Whereas a technician, I am not able to perform those duties.
Can you please generally explain the process that you undertake when testing an item or testing a sample?
So our DNA testing process has 4 basic steps. The first step is extraction, where we work to isolate the DNA from all the other cellular components. We quantify the sample to determine the approximate amount of DNA in the sample. We then amplify the sample, where we try to make millions of copies of the DNA in the sample so that we have enough information for the last step, where the genetic data is, and that is handed over to the analyst to analyze.
So of those 4 steps you just testified to, the extraction, quantification, amplification, and genetic analysis, are you performing all of those steps? I perform all those steps under the direction of the analyst, yes.
Do you perform the genetic analysis?
I do not.
Before you even begin the process for this four-step process, where do you obtain the samples from in order to test?
When it is time for DNA testing to proceed, I will go and retrieve the DNA samples from a secure location within the DNA section. It's often our DNA freezer.
Using the laboratory's management system in order to scan out that evidence into your possession. When you do this process, are you wearing gloves?
Yes.
More than one sample at one time?
I am not, no.
Why not?
The integrity of the evidence and having one out to make sure we keep track of. You don't want to have multiple items out at a time to prevent any kind of exposure to any other samples.
Were you responsible for testing evidence?
I was, yes.
What evidence did you test?
I performed a DNA test, 3 different items.
What were those items?
A swab of a pistol and magazine, a swab of a glass, also a known reference sample.
When you say swab, what are you referring to?
A swab, like a one-sided Q-tip.
Swab obtained.
Is obtained by either in this case, the analyst or the one-sided Q-tip. They will apply a sterile water and they will rub it over the surface of the area of interest.
And to be clear, in this case, swab any items, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you are not actually physically handling the evidence, such as the firearm, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I want to direct you to Lake County Crime Lab item number 3, which was a firearm and magazine, as County Crime Lab item number 4A, which was a glass pipe. Did you perform tests?
Yes, on item 3A, yes.
What testing did you perform?
I put items through our DNA, the 4-step mentioned before, under the direction of the analyst on the case.
Did you perform any sort of genetic analysis of those items?
I did not.
In this case.
It was the analyst, Kelly Reese.
Now I want to direct your attention to Lake County Crime Lab item number 6, a buccal swab obtained from O. Did you also perform testing on this item?
Yes.
What testing was performed on this item?
This item through a very process.
Does testing of known samples differ from testing of swabs from evidence items?
It is a slightly accelerated and validated in the laboratory, but it's very similar.
And in regards to Lake County Crime Lab item number 6, being that buccal swab obtained from, did you perform any genetic analysis on this piece of evidence?
I did.
For purposes of your testimony here today, you did not perform the analysis comparing any DNA from the item swabbed to the defendant's buccal swab. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That was all done by Kelly Reese?
Yes, that's correct.
Once you completed your testing on all of these swabs, what did you do?
When we are finished with the swabs that we use for sampling, they are resealed in an envelope and they are placed back into the freezer for storage.
No further questions.
Any cross-examination?
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Kelly Reese.
If you raise your right hand, please. You swear testimony about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yeah.
All right, have a seat right here.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
Can you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Kelly Reese, Kellyries.
Are you employed?
Yes.
Where?
The Lake County Crime Lab here in Painesville.
In what position?
I am a forensic analyst in the DNA section.
How long have you been a forensic analyst?
Here with Lake County since April of.
Did you work anywhere prior as a forensic analyst?
Yes.
Where?
I worked at the Ohio Bureau of Criminal Identification, which is commonly referred to as BCI, which is Ohio State Crime Lab, 7 years as a DNA forensic scientist.
What sort of education did you receive in order for you to hold this position?
I graduated from the University of Rio Grande in Rio Grande, Ohio, with a Bachelor of Science degree with a major in biology and a minor in chemistry.
During the course of your employment, do you also participate in any training?
Yes.
What sort of training?
Approximately 1 year of in-house training at BCI, which was facilitated by court-qualified analysts, attending lectures, reading scientific articles, taking both practical and written exams, completing non-probative casework, having a mock trial, as well as passing a proficiency test before beginning any casework. Completed approximately 6 months of in-house training here with the Lake County Crime Lab to make sure that I am proficient in all of the instruments, chemical, analytical procedures that are used within this laboratory before beginning any casework.
What are your duties as a forensic analyst?
So I analyze evidence for body fluids such as blood and semen. I collect samples from evidence items that could potentially contain DNA. I perform DNA testing on those samples collected from evidence, as well as on reference standards from known individuals. I make comparisons between the two to determine if any associations can be made. I write reports on my findings and testify in court as needed.
How many times in your capacity as an analyst have you analyzed DNA?
Thousands of times.
Have you testified as an expert before?
Yes, I have. I've testified 14 times in the state of Ohio in 7 different counties.
If you could explain for the jury generally, what is DNA?
Yes. So DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It's a long string-like molecule that's found in every nucleated cell of your body. You get half your DNA from your mom and half your DNA from your dad. It's the chemical blueprint that makes you unique as an individual.
Where is it found in humans?
So it's in the nucleus, which is the center part of our cells.
Is DNA in all people the same?
No, so this is what makes DNA useful for forensics, is that no two people, except for identical twins, have the exact same DNA. That is why we are able to tell two people apart when we characterize that DNA.
What are some factors that will affect whether DNA will be found on an item?
So if DNA is in the form of such like a bodily fluid, like blood or semen, you expect to see a lot of DNA in a sample like that with bodily fluids. DNA that's left behind, say in the form of just touching an object, we call that touch DNA, that is going to be harder to recover. It depends on how long an item is handled. It depends on what the surface of that item is like. And also, every person sheds skin cells at different rates. So some people might shed a lot of skin cells while other people don't shed as many. So those are the factors that we have to take consideration when collecting samples.
Why is DNA useful when making forensic comparisons?
So it is useful because, as I said previously, we can tell two people apart when we characterize the DNA. It's also useful because the DNA throughout your body is exactly the same. So the DNA found in your blood would be the same as the DNA found in your skin cells. So this is useful for forensics because DNA left behind on an evidence item, say in the form of blood, can be compared to a known reference standard such as a swab from the inside of a cheek. and we can use those to make comparisons to determine if an association can be made.
Can you describe the process you undertake when you are analyzing an item for the presence of DNA?
Yes, do you want me to start with the steps that it goes through?
Please.
Okay, so there's 4 basic steps to developing a DNA profile. The first step is when we isolate the DNA away from all the other cellular components. So we have just the DNA all by itself. In the next step, we quantify the DNA. So this gives us an idea of how much DNA is present. This step also gives us some insight as to whether or not that DNA could be from a female, from a male, or maybe a mixture of male and female. The next step is when we make millions of copies of the DNA so that we have enough for the last step, which is when we develop the DNA profile.
This process that you just described, is this something that is being performed by a technician or an analyst, or are you also using machines?
So all 3. So we utilize a forensic technician who is able to perform each one of these steps at the direction of an analyst. The analyst also can perform each of those steps in the lab, but we can also do the interpretations, the comparisons, make conclusions, write reports, and those are things the technician cannot do.
You used a phrase, the technician works under the direction of the analyst. Can you explain more what that means?
So the technician does not decide what samples are being tested, when to move them through the process, what needs to stop, what needs to start. Everything is being told to her exactly what to do. She doesn't make any decisions.
Are you the one making those decisions?
Yes.
And you mentioned also that equipment is also being used throughout this process.
Yes.
Can you tell us more about that?
So we do have, it's a mostly automated system. So once we get the process started and we have our samples in this system, most of it is automated so that it's not a physically hands-on anymore. That is helpful because it really cuts down on any human error that could occur. Mostly what is happening with the technician is she is inputting information into the computer and telling that system, well, that instrument, what the next process is to perform.
How do you know that your instruments are working properly?
So our instruments are on regularly scheduled maintenance and calibrations to make sure that they are functioning correctly.
Relevant to this case, were you submitted items by the Willoughby Police Department to be analyzed for the presence of DNA?
Yes.
And did you analyze those items?
Yes, I did.
Did you memorialize your findings in a report?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 21. It'll display on the screen in front of you. Do you see it up there?
Yes.
Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
It has my signature. It has the case number specific for this case.
Okay. And what exactly is State's Exhibit 21?
This is the report that I wrote with my findings.
And this, you drafted and generated this report, is that correct?
Yes.
What items were submitted by the Willoughby Police Department for DNA analysis?
So items 3, 4, and 6.
What is item number 3?
Item 3 is a pistol and an empty black magazine.
What is item number 4?
Item number 4 is one glass smoking pipe with residue.
And what is item number 6?
Item number 6 is 2 buccal swabs collected from O'Shea Jordan.
Who conducted the testing of these items?
So our technician, our forensic technician, performed the steps necessary to develop that DNA profile.
And that was done under your direction?
Yes.
And then did you then analyze those items and form an opinion in this case?
Yes.
The techniques you utilize here to test the DNA, are those techniques generally accepted within the scientific community?
Yes, they are.
And are all the opinions you gave in your report to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes.
First, I want to talk about item number 6. What was item number 6 again?
Item 6 is the reference standard from O'Shea Jordan.
What do you mean by reference standard?
So these were 2 buccal swabs, which a buccal swab is a swab that is collected from the inside of the cheek. So it's just a known sample from a known individual.
And did you conduct an analysis on this known DNA sample?
Yes.
When you conduct your analysis, what are you looking for?
So a reference sample from an individual should be a single source profile. So I analyze that and make sure that this is a single profile from a single individual. And once that has happened, and this is a good DNA profile from an individual, I then can use that to make comparisons to the evidence samples.
Is testing or an analysis done on a known DNA sample different from testing and analysis done on swabs taken from evidence?
So it's a slightly accelerated process because there's a lot of DNA on a buccal swab that's collected, so it can go slightly quicker than getting a DNA profile from the evidence.
Are the samples from a known DNA standard and an unknown swab from evidence, are those being tested at the same time?
No, they are not. We always begin with the evidence sample, and once the evidence is completed, then we run standards.
Why do you test those at different times?
We want to make sure that there is not any exposure between a known reference standard and evidence in a case.
And were those procedures followed in this case?
Yes.
Now I want to direct your attention to item number 4. What was item number 4?
Item 4 is a glass pipe.
And I'm going to hand you what's been previously admitted as State's Exhibit 14. You can please take a look at that and tell me if you recognize what it is by looking at the packaging.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
I recognize it. It has our barcode for this specific case as well as the item number.
And is that packaging in substantially the similar condition as when you last saw it?
I did not see this particular packaging. I worked this glass pipe after it had been opened and was in the presence of the latent print examiner.
Can you please open State's Exhibit 14 and there's gloves right there if you...
Yes.
Okay, and what's contained inside Exhibit 14?
So this is the glass pipe, and it has another barcode with the same item number, case number, and this does contain my initials.
And what did you do with this piece of evidence?
So I took a sterile swab and swabbed the ends of both ends of this pipe.
When you say a swab, what do you mean?
So it's like a Q-tip that we just put some sterile water on and we use it to collect any potential DNA that could be on this item. I collected it from both ends because there wasn't a differentiation in the way the ends looked. So I wanted to make sure I collected both ends.
How are you determining where to swab?
We swab what has the most potential to contain DNA. So it depends on the item and how the item could be used.
And looking at State's Exhibit 14 there, is that in substantially a similar condition as when you swabbed it?
Yes.
Did you perform testing and analysis on this item?
Yes.
And what testing was performed on this exhibit?
So the swab that was collected from this was DNA testing was performed.
Okay, and did you conduct an analysis based on that testing?
Yes.
Did Jessica Ritchie perform that testing under your direction?
Yes, she did the lab portion and then I did the analysis portion.
When you are analyzing an item for DNA, what are you looking for?
So when I get the evidence DNA profile, I first evaluate this profile and I make determinations such as how many people are in this DNA profile. Is it from a single individual? Would there have to be multiple people contributing this DNA? Is there even enough DNA present to be able to make any comparisons and draw any conclusions? Once I'm finished evaluating that evidence DNA profile, I then make comparisons to known reference standards.
And when you say a known reference standard, in this case, are you referring to Lake County Crime Lab item number 6?
Yes.
And that was the known standard taken from O'Shea Jordan?
Correct.
Did you render an opinion in regards to Exhibit 14?
Yes.
What were your findings in regards to Exhibit 14?
So,
I'm sorry, do you need the screen?
it's moving, hold on. Okay, so the DNA profile from the swab from the glass pipe is an incomplete mixture, likely representing 2 individuals. Now, in this particular case, I was able to differentiate the individuals because there was one major, very prominent profile on this item, and then there was a lesser minor profile. The major component of this DNA profile matches O'Shea Jordan. This major component is 30 septillion times more likely to occur if O'Shea Jordan is the source of the DNA than if it derived from an unknown individual. And beyond this association, no further comparisons will be performed due to the limited amount of additional genetic information that was present.
What is the significance of that numerical figure you just said?
So anytime we have a suspect who cannot be excluded from evidence DNA profile, which means when I look at the characteristics of the suspect's DNA profile, those same characteristics are in the evidence profile. So that means I cannot exclude this individual. When that happens, we perform what's called a likelihood ratio statistic that gives weight to the strength of the match. So in our laboratory, in order to make an association between a suspect and evidence, we have to have a likelihood ratio that is at least 1,000,000 times more likely. So most of us can picture the number 1,000, right? 1,000 has 3 zeros, and then a million, which has 6 zeros, and a billion, which has 9 zeros. But beyond that, when we start getting in bigger numbers, it's just astronomically large and hard to comprehend. So this number is in the septillion, which has 24 zeros.
What is the strength of that association?
So a likelihood ratio compares two differing scenarios, indicating how much more likely one scenario is than the other, given this data that is being seen. So in forensics, when we have someone who cannot be excluded again, and we perform this likelihood ratio, the two differing scenarios are this evidence profile that we're seeing is occurring. One scenario is that O'Shea Jordan is the source of the DNA. The other scenario is an unknown person is the source of the DNA. So this likelihood ratio says how many more times likely one scenario is over the other given this DNA profile in this evidence. So in this particular case, it's 30 septillion times more likely for this evidence profile to occur if O'Shea Jordan is the source than if an unknown individual is the source.
Is that a strong association?
That is a very strong association.
Now I want to direct your attention to Lake County Crime Lab item number 3C. What is item 3C?
So 3C is a swab that was collected from the firearm and the magazine.
Who swabbed the firearm and magazine?
Jordan Edgel, who is a latent print and firearms examiner, swabbed this during her examination.
And did you conduct testing and analysis on that swab?
Yes, I did.
What testing was performed?
DNA testing was performed by the forensic technician at my direction, and then I performed the comparisons.
And did you render an opinion in regards to the crime lab item number 3C?
Yes, I did.
What were your findings in regards to that item?
So the DNA profile from the swab of the firearm and magazine is a mixture representing a minimum of 3 individuals. This DNA mixture profile is 6.44 billion times more likely to occur if the mixture consists of DNA from O'Shea Jordan and 2 unknown individuals than if it derived from 3 unknown individuals.
When you were giving your opinion in regards to Exhibit 14 as well as the swab obtained from the firearm and magazine, which is State's Exhibit 11, were you making that comparison using the buccal swab obtained from O'Shea Jordan?
Yes.
Once you completed your testing in this case, what did you do with the swabs?
So the swabs were handled by the DNA technician. She took a sample of the swabs, would have put them back in the manila envelope that they are retained in, and put back in the DNA freezer.
Okay, and that's in a secure location?
Yes.
Cross-examination?
Sure. Just a couple questions. As far as the samples, have they always come through, say, search warrant or swabs? Or have you ever received a sample from a database, say like from a prior conviction?
No, they have to come from actual evidence item that has to be submitted through our laboratory.
Okay. I also noticed 2012 until present 24. There's a,
Yes.
what was your, I'll just say, business at that time?
So I decided to take 11 years off to stay at home with my young children.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next witness.
State calls Lieutenant Toby Burgett.
You raise your right hand, please. You swear testimony about gives the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do.
Good afternoon.
Good
Can you
afternoon.
please state your name and spell it for the record?
Toby Burgett, B-U-R-G-E-T-T-T-O-B-Y.
Where are you employed?
City of Painesville Police Department.
In what capacity?
I'm the executive officer, the administrative lieutenant.
What are the duties of as an administrative lieutenant?
Basically, I run the department for the chief of police.
What does that entail?
I supervise the patrol division, the detective bureau, the clerical division, policies,
How long have you held that position?
about 6 years.
Did you work in any positions prior with the Painesville Police Department,
Yes,
prior to becoming the administrative lieutenant?
yes, I have.
What positions?
I was first a patrolman, then I was a detective, I was a patrol sergeant, a detective sergeant, a patrol lieutenant, a detective lieutenant,
How long have you worked with the Painesville Police Department?
27 years.
You're a certified peace officer in the state of Ohio.
I am.
I want to direct your attention to a case pertaining to O'Shea Jordan. Are you familiar with the defendant in this case?
Yes, I am.
And is that due to a prior offense involving the Painesville Police Department?
Yes,
And that occurred while you were working in your capacity as an officer for the Painesville Police Department?
yes.
Do you see O'Shea Jordan present in the courtroom today?
brown shirt, glasses, at the defense table.
Your Honor, if the record to reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
It shall.
Now, in regards to that prior offense, you had been a part of arresting and charging the defendant with the offense of felonious assault and possession of cocaine, is that right?
That's correct.
And the defendant was subsequently indicted in the Lake County Court of Common Pleas in case number 08CR271, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
When the Painesville Police Department is involved in an investigation in a case that subsequently is indicted by the Lake County Grand Jury, do you receive court filings and updates in regards to those cases?
We do.
And in this case, did you receive court filings and updates in regards to that case?
Yes.
Does that include a sentencing entry?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 22A. I'm just going to show you. It'll display on that screen right in front of you. Do you recognize what's contained in State's Exhibit 22A?
Yes.
And just generally, what is it?
It's the judgment entry for the conviction.
What is the caption of this case? State of Ohio versus who?
State of Ohio versus O'Shea, Lopat, Jordan.
What's the case number?
08-CR-0000271.
And is that entry dated December 23rd, 2008?
Yes, it is.
And that is the judgment entry of conviction as it relates to the case that you had participated in with the Painesville Police Department.
That's correct.
Now I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 22B. Do you see State's Exhibit 22B in front of you?
Yes.
And this is a redacted version of 22A, is that correct?
That's correct.
Aside from the redactions, the portions that do appear on that document, are those a fair and accurate copy of the original judgment entry in this case?
Yes, it is.
Or, I'm sorry, in that matter.
Yes, it is.
And what offense, let me rephrase that, was the defendant convicted of the offense of felonious assault?
Yes.
Was the defendant also convicted of the offense possession of cocaine?
Yes.
Would those offenses place the defendant under disability and prohibited from owning or possessing a firearm?
Yes, it would.
Your Honor, I would move to admit State's Exhibit 22B.
Any objection to 22B?
Objection, Your Honor.
All right, so overruled, submitted.
assault, is that an offense of violence?
Yes, it is.
A felony offense of violence?
Yes, it is.
And the possession of cocaine, does that involve the use or possession of a controlled substance being cocaine?
Yes.
And that is a drug of abuse?
Yes.
No further questions.
Any cross-examination?
Kind of missed the first part. Can you tell me how you were, or speak to me in how relations, or how you were related to this particular case of 2008?
In 2008, I was a detective that investigated that case.
Were you on the scene at the time of the incident?
Yes, I was.
Were you involved with gathering the details of the incident?
I was one of the investigators, yes.
Okay. At the time that the officers arrived at the scene of the incident, were you there or did you come afterwards?
I showed up during the scene while it was still an active scene, yes.
While it was a crime scene, as far as, okay. So were you familiar with any of the elements of this case other than the crime scene?
Yes.
If you don't mind me asking, let me ask you this. Were you aware that the one who got assaulted had assaulted and re-injured himself into that particular home?
To be honest
honestly don't know. I've never had this experience. He's not on that 911 call. He's not part of that.
The questions would be in reference, the 911 call starts with a disturbance. The questions would be relative to that disturbance.
I can't give you advice on the types of questions to ask or not ask.
You can try, but
Let me just make sure it's the same hashtag number that you're showing me. But I haven't changed any of the hashtags or anything like that. Or can I just put it in that monitor, that way it'd be up there? Or
I don't know what you're trying to pick.
the 911 call.
That it?
But yesterday there was 2 that was played, and there's also 2 on the disc that was given. One starts with a beat, a short version of it, then you see full extent to where I am removed from the apartment.
Okay, we have State's Exhibit 1A, B, and C available that have been admitted.
Could I hear to see which one is? A,
Listen,
B, or C?
listen, this is why it's almost universally a bad idea for somebody to represent themselves. But here we are, okay? The state's case is over, they've rested, we've dealt with the issues we need to deal with, and you either need to produce witnesses or rest. And we're not gonna screw around all afternoon, all right? I mean, you're either ready to present a defense or you're not gonna present a defense. Which is it going to be?
I did understand I could have him here.
You can have
Since he's
who?
here- Excuse me?
You can have who here?
Since he's here.
The sergeant?
Sergeant, correct.
Okay, then you're gonna call him, then call him. I mean, what are we doing?
We're just trying to make sure that we have the same file in reference to the one that I needed that she has already.
They're sitting over here with, I think, 3 911 calls that were already admitted. They're part of the evidence. If you wanna play them, play them. If they're relevant and you have questions, I mean, if it's relevant evidence in your case, then go ahead and play it. I mean, that's what your case was for.
That's what I was trying to say.
All right, well, is that what we're gonna do? All right, then let's get the jury back in.
All right.
And I can't use my version of the same information that she gave me? Just to be sure,
Sure, go ahead, if it's the same exact thing.
Correct. Could you put it in there for me?
Sure. All right, we agree. Can I put it in hers? Or put it in there?
I don't know, if you put it in hers, I won't be able to see it, all right? Or can I? Will be able to see it.
When we went to that, where you do put it in there and then you use the mouse over here?
I use it on the big screen.
Well, we can't do that, because we can't have all this going on the screen.
It will be in one folder in reference to it.
I think we should put it in her.
Okay, I'll do it.
But she'll do it for you. You need to tell her right where to click, okay?
Exactly.
Okay.
Defense ready to proceed? Is the defense ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Call your witness.
Defense calls Sergeant Lampola to the stand, please.
Sergeant, you're still under oath.
Sergeant, earlier you stated that you arrived to the scene approximately at 2:50 a.m. on the 20th of June 2024. Is that correct?
Correct.
And upon your arrival, you were, the door was held open by Destiny Thomas as you made your way upstairs and saw, is it Patrolman Brown in reference?
Yes.
Okay, and then you stated that Patrolman, as you noticed him, was in the process of pulling me out of the door. That's where a struggle began as you guys made your way into the apartment to detain.
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to play for you that 911 call, which entails yourself, Brown at the door prior to coming in, which left with the call. Do you mind?
Go ahead.
Which exhibit?
Which exhibit is that?
This will be, see, I got it titled Exhibit A, please.
1A?
No, this is on here, actually, in the particular folder, if you don't mind.
Which state exhibit is it?
That's what I have to see, that's what I didn't reference it from, could you put it in this quick so I can see?
Oh, okay. This won't display on there, just so you know.
You mean it won't display for him?
No, but we can at least look at it. Yeah, which folder? See, these are all the files. These are all the files on the drive. Exhibit A.
Go back, please.
This one?
Can I see your screen?
This says exhibit A1, 2, yeah. What's the file name?
So this is CW.
It ends in 25119. This one? Okay, so if you look here, that's the same as our state's exhibit 1C. Do you want me to print this out?
You leave it there for a second. Now this can't play over there.
She can play it from her computer.
Could you please, at the moment, at this time?
At 1C? The
Yes.
state's going to play exhibit 1C at the defendant's request at this time.
And that's exhibit C.
1.
Where's your emergency? Hello?
This is where the discrepancy begins because I'm able to hear
Wait,
section.
wait, 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 wait. What's-
Objection.
Wait. You're playing Exhibit 1C. Do you have questions for the witness?
It's titled as that exhibit, but what I have to exhibit is different from what's being
All right,
played.
well, listen. Take them out, please.
Yes, sir. All right, jury.
It's different from what's being played.
Don't, just, wait. You don't get to just talk whenever you want to talk. You've called a witness, you've got an exhibit that started playing, and then you're not talking to him. The only one you can talk to is him. He's the witness. So why are you talking other than to the witness?
I'm trying to make sure I have the right file that's being played. If
Well,
I may,
why don't you have the right file?
because that's her version. It's titled the same thing.
This is Exhibit 1C that's already been admitted. That's the exhibit.
Could we play this version here on that computer, please?
Play what version? What version are you playing? When you say a version, what exhibit are you playing?
It would be her 1C.
There is only 1C. There's an exhibit that's been admitted that is 1C. That's all. There's only one 1C.
Let me just clearly understand. Am I not allowed to bring exhibit or put in an exhibit?
We spent the last 20 minutes over here by you asking them to find out what 911 call pertains to Sergeant Lampella testifying, okay? They've got it out here, it started playing, and now we're back where we were 20 minutes ago. You can try to present any exhibit you want to present, as long as you know how to present it.
Sure. Can you put this
Well-
and play that, please? It is the same title that you have.
What,
He is using the flash drive that the state provided to the defendant with all of the discovery on it.
okay? Which includes Exhibit 1C,
It does.
okay? So what is it you're trying to do?
Play this exhibit, as she called it 1C. I put it in a file, which is not titled as 1C, but now I know it's the same hashtag. And I wanted to start at the entrance where he comes in and he's saying, "Don't move." That did not start with that.
Okay, so why don't you play whatever it starts with that?
Okay.
What
I'm sorry. So that would be the computer we have to put it on then?
Yes.
Where is it?
Right here.
So you don't want me to use the admitted?
Well, first of all, you identify that. I don't know what that is.
So once I see it on the screen.
Well, you exhibits, you can offer exhibits, just identify them.
Okay, what number? If you would insert it.
The same file name.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
That's got nothing to do with the hash.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Trial.
Trial.
I believe it's the second folder. 1 through 5.
No, you had it in the it was in the first folder. The one A3 entry.
Entry.
This one? A3 entry?
And it could be the first one. That's your same call letter.
This
The
file?
2 could be 1, correct?
251.
Yes. Did you play it just to make sure we got the same thing that you started?
Where is your emergency?
It is not. Go to the next one, please. That was just a wrong file from the beginning. I'm not able to
This
use
one?
the mouse, yes,
25119.
yes.
Where's your emergency? Hello?
This one?
Yes.
Nobody got the phone. No, hold on.
That, I'm sorry, that was the one. What is that exhibit called?
We don't have any exhibit.
It's not an exhibit.
It's
It's a
not.
flash drive with all the discovery on it.
Correct. But have you submitted this one here?
With this file name, spoilage of 911, no.
No, no, I'm sorry. Not with that file name. I'm sorry. Go to the next one.
This one?
Yes.
My caller's uncooperative, refusing to answer questions.
I did change the file name of it though. Well, you can actually take that out, but these are your call letters right here to match it. And how long is that particular call that you played? Is it before?
So the 25112 is exhibit 1B.
1B.
So the
Did you play
exhibit
it?
1B is 18 seconds long.
That was a short
So
version.
you want me to play this file?
This one?
This one?
Yes. And how long is that one if you could see?
States exhibit 1B is 18 seconds.
All right, it's so short. This one, how long, please? I'm sorry, Your Honor. Well, because it's only from the entry to the outside.
So this file is 3 minutes and 50 seconds
I
long.
think this is the one we'll go with.
Which exhibit number is that?
This is 25119.
Which is exhibit C, I believe.
So the file that I have highlighted on your USB is the same as States Exhibit 1C.
Yes.
So
1C. Is that the one we had prior?
1C has been admitted. So if you would like me to play 1C, I can play 1C from the admitted exhibits, but I will not play it from your thumb drive.
Oh, you can't play it from the thumb drive?
No. I'll
Could I
play
hear it real quickly, please?
this one?
Yes.
Where's your emergency? Hello? Hello?
Don't worry about it. It's been edited. You know what? No further questions, Your Honor. Let's move forward. Sorry for wasting your time. You can hand me the drive, please.
You're not wasting my time.
This one your drive?
Yes, please.
Are you gonna question the witness?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, step back down. Bring him in. All right, hold on. Are you presenting any other witnesses?
No, Your Honor. I don't have time to subpoena anyone at this moment.
And you're not testifying, you still, the discussion we had before still stands?
Yes, it still stands, Your Honor.
All right.
Okay, you know that's the only way to get in your 911 call. You understand that?
I can't even find the time to find it.
You have it. You need to read this once you rest your case too. Please. If you want it, I think, isn't it this one that I have? But you're gonna open yourself up to cross-examination. Okay, well then why don't you fucking testify and have your 911 call complete?
I'm still trying to understand, how do I exhibit it or enter it as evidence from the stand?
Like physically with your hands and the technology, or legally?
Legally, from this drive.
Okay, so you would have to mark it as Defense Exhibit A. So you're gonna refer to it as Defense Exhibit A, not okay? So it's gonna be Defense Exhibit A. And you will have to testify, you have to lay a foundation for it, so you have to testify about it. And then play it.
Correct. Okay.
So that's the only way you can get this in, right now, this afternoon. It's this, right?
Sorry, say what?
It's 3 minutes and 51 seconds.
It's not reading for some reason.
I have the call for you.
It's not the same one like I had.
It is,
set
it's
prior.
3 minutes and 51 seconds, it's the one we talked about on the phone.
If you could. Let me just hear the first 10 seconds of it.
Okay.
I'll be able to tell you. That's not it. That's definitely not it. It's been muffled at the beginning, right before that word.
What?
And when he asked, are you fucking retarded?
What's,
What?
if you tell me what you're trying to get to, I can maybe help you get there, but I don't know what your end goal is. Where are we headed?
The door was forced open. No one mentioned detained. Came in, started
They
beating him.
removed the resisting arrest count. You being detained is not, it's immaterial to your charges. Does not matter. So we don't have to worry about that.
And called me a fucking.
I agree. I'd love the jury to hear it too, but you can't even tell me where it is. At what minute mark is it?
That's not even the same sample as the. I'd rather just move forward.
Fine.
Whatever it's gonna be, it's gonna be.
Okay, well, I'm just trying to help you get that in.
All right, bring him in, Bob.
Yes, sir.
Please read.
All rise and adjourn.
They're gonna take the rest your case, and then we'll go back on record and agree what it is.
Okay, be seated, please. All right, Mr. Jordan has decided not to call the sergeant. So, Mr. Jordan, do you have any other further witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
And does the defense rest at this point? Do you rest, Mr. Jordan?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the defense has rested. That means that you have heard all the evidence that you're going to hear in this case. The next step in this case is going to be the instructions of law and closing arguments of counsel. However, we've got some things that we have to do that are going to take a little bit of time, so I'm going to release you for today and be back here tomorrow, and we'll start, be back here at 8:15. We'll get started with the next phase of the trial, okay? And remember, don't discuss this case with anybody. Don't look for any other information, and don't come to any conclusion until the deliberations begin. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a good evening.
All right, so jurors, you can bring your book back here in your key card.
be back in about 10 minutes to talk about the instructions, right?
Your Honor, Mr.
I have a motion to make, Your Honor, if you would. I'd like to move, or make a motion pursuant to Criminal Rule 29, even when viewed in the light most favorable. I researched this.
I know you didn't, just read it. It's in
No, never mind, Your Honor. Sorry.
All right. So it's gonna read that he's been previously convicted of felonious assault in the Lake County case. Those other changes you talked about with the forfeiture, that's in here, okay? And then, Amy, the firearm issue. Where was that inserted, Nicole?
Page 5, it looks like, the definition of firearm.
Okay, there it is, firearm, and then deadly weapon, okay.
I think then we should also add on page 7 under count 2, just that firearm and deadly weapon were
Right.
defined under common.
Well, is that referenced in count 2, that it's defined?
It's the same.
Yeah, I know, but is it knowingly had possession? So you have that on the middle of page 7, knowingly had and possession of the same definitions as in count 1.
Right, and it should also say firearm
And deadly weapon. Want to take some more time and look at this before we finalize it with those two, with adding that definition of firearm and deadly weapon?
I think I had one other, in count 1 and count 2, the elements state acquire, have, carry, or use a firearm, not just had a firearm.
I know, but he didn't use it, right?
Yes.
There's all those 4 choices that you can pick from, at least the OJI suggestion, but the one that applies here is had.
Okay.
Right? And that's why I eliminated the other 3.
Okay.
You want to take some more time to look before they get finalized?
I think they look good.
Based on the copy that we had before you
Okay.
came out, those are our only changes.
Okay. Anything from you, Mr. Jordan?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so we'll start at 8:15. How you guys splitting this up?
Yeah.
Yes. I'll do first.
Okay.
And I'm going to also copy all of the over to
when you're doing that?
If you would like.
Okay. I'll say.
Okay. I copied over exhibit 2 already. 3 is already copied, 4 is copied, 5 is copied, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So I'm going to copy 18, 19, 20, 21, 22 over. Oh, okay. And for 22, it includes A and B, a redacted and an unredacted version that were identified by Lieutenant Burgett. And 23 is a complete copy of the dash cam videos in this case. The state would like to move that to solely the court drive. The dash cam clips were pulled from this original video, so I'd like to include that as well. And that may take a while since it's a large file.
All right, are you then going to do the jury drive right now?
We can.
I can.
I think then we also would have to bring down court IT so that once the files are moved over to the jury drive, they can lock it to me so that the jurors can't.
Okay.
Change
Bob,
it
you want to call them?
I will call them, yes.
Because you gotta do it now, because we don't wanna do, so when you're done arguing, they're gonna get it right away, right?
Yes.
All right, so they'll be down.
We need that USB mark from you. Thank you.
But I think, unless it's over here.
You need some good lawyers. I said this world needs good lawyers.
Bob, can you put us, everyone can see what we're doing?
We have this.
Okay, I just didn't know if it was big enough. Okay.
Yeah, it's fine. You can see it, right? Or would you rather it be on the big screen?
All right, so State's Exhibit 1 contains A, B, and I'm clicking through each folder, C. State's Exhibit 2, A through Z. State as a clip. 4 is a clip. 5 is the clip. 6 is also, 7 is a clip. 8 is the lease. 10, A through E are photographs. 9, copy over 9, thank you. Copying over. Copying over